We are live, we are live, we are live. We are live. Probably not the best time to go live, I've got to be honest, considering, well, let's be honest, boxing right now in terms of schedule isn't particularly amazing. I think the next sort of really intriguing fight on the schedule is Dubois versus Wardley, and that goes down in May. I think May the 9th or something like that, in and around that sort of time period. So I'm looking forward to Dubois versus Wardley. But to be honest with you, outside of that right now, it's not exactly amazing as such. Do you know what I mean? It's not amazing. You have Ennis against Xander Zayas. That's an all right fight. Having said that, I don't particularly rate Zayas all that highly. He's all right, but that's it. I think he's all right, you know. But there's nothing too crazy on the schedule coming up. Off the top of my head, I think what's his face, Tony Oka and Akole are fighting this weekend, maybe, possibly. I think that fight's going down, so there's that. But yeah, it's not exactly stacked right now. It's not exactly stacked. I think Miller might be fighting this weekend as well. Jarrell Miller. I think he might be fighting that Cuban fella, Lenny Perro, possibly. I think that fight's going down this weekend as well. That's an all right fight. That's intriguing enough. Lenny Perro, Cuban heavyweight. You know, he's about 10-0 or whatever he is. Looked good for the most part, but there's been a couple of fights where he hasn't looked great. But he's fighting Jarrell Miller, so we'll see what sort of shape Miller turns up in. But again, these Cubans, though, on the other hand, can't exactly be trusted, especially at heavyweight. So Miller versus Perro is a decent fight this weekend. You have Yoka versus Akole, which I think Akole is going to win. Having said that, Akole at heavyweight, he looks like he doesn't train, I've got to be honest. He looks in terrible shape. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, broski? Yeah, Boots versus Zayas is all right. Inoue versus Nakatani, I've got to be honest, I think it's a good fight. It's a good fight on paper. One thing that's taken the shine off it for me a little bit is I felt Nakatani lost his last fight against Reyes. I just need to get over that. But yeah, once that fight gets a bit closer, I'll be on board. But yeah. Zurdo Benavidez is all right, to be fair. That's a good fight. I think Zurdo might give Benavidez more trouble than people are expecting. I think Zurdo's being overlooked a little bit. Not that I'm picking him to win, but I think he's a decent fighter. Yeah, Lenny Perro, he's rated number 2 by the WBA at heavyweight. The WBA, they tend to like ranking Cubans, from what I've noticed over the years. You know, you'll get some obscure Cuban who's like 7-0 in whatever division, and he'll be rated like top 10 WBA. Happens a lot with Cubans and the WBA. Speaking of Cubans, though, I did see the other day Osles Iglesias, he beat Pavel Silyagin for the vacant IBF super middleweight title. I think he's a good fighter. I do. Osles Iglesias, I think he's a very good fighter. And he's now the IBF champion, so hopefully now he can get better opponents going forwards. But 168 right now, you look at it, it's a bit of a wasteland, isn't it? Because, let's be real, Canelo Alvarez isn't exactly going to fight these sort of guys. And outside of that, you got guys like Christian and Bealey, I suppose. Lester Martinez. But I don't think these guys are going to go anywhere near Osles Iglesias. I feel like his best bet is going to be at 175, to be honest with you. But he's a good fighter, that Iglesias. You know, he's a good fighter, but the shame is there, he doesn't have the options at 168, despite becoming a new champion. So we'll see what he does next, but I like him. Skydog's lost all interest in boxing. I feel you, man. I feel you. I've been struggling with boxing, bro. Like, there's things that bring me back. Don't get me wrong. Like for example, Wardley Dubois. I am actually really looking forward to it. I think that's a good fight, and it's a fight in which I think is hard to predict. But overall, man, boxing for me in recent times has been so inconsistent. That's a good fight as well. Frank Sanchez versus Richard Torres. That fight's an interesting one as well because Frank Sanchez against Ajit Caballel, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Caballel, but like Frank Sanchez was clearly injured in that fight. He could barely move. So we'll see what he does against Torres. That's a good test for Torres, though. It's a good test. Enjoyed the video about old Chapahan. Yeah, that's interesting, man. Daniel Kinahan getting arrested. Because the amount of people in the boxing industry in this country and Ireland who are so closely associated with Kinahan is crazy. You know, the whole MTK startup. Then you have the likes of obviously Matthew Macklin, Sam Jones, Kugan Cassius and IFL TV. Because everyone knew back then who Daniel Kinahan was. I know it was alleged and, you know, he hadn't been found guilty, but everybody knew what he was accused of. You know, everybody knew what he was about. And all of these people in boxing went cap in hand to this guy. So now this guy's been caught. Now Daniel Kinahan's been arrested. I think the thing to me that's interesting will be how is whether America get involved in Daniel Kinahan, because the DEA had a $5 million bounty on Daniel Kinahan. That's not insignificant. Will the books be opened up on Daniel Kinahan? Will they open the books up on his boxing operations? And if they do, what happens from there? Are other people going to be implicated in regards to Daniel Kinahan? We're talking about things like money laundering, because that's obviously what the boxing side was. Money laundering and maybe like a low level of like sports washing kind of thing. So listen, a lot of people were singing this guy's praises. They were blowing the trumpet, maybe both metaphorically and maybe in actuality. But a lot of people got very close to him. A lot of people sung his praises. A lot of people took money from him. He's been arrested. So we'll see what happens now. I think boxing... Listen, I hope this shit actually turns out to be a much bigger story than what it appears. Because I think this should be the biggest story in boxing right now. Considering the amount of control he had for a short period of time. Because prior to like Turkey al-Sheikh and Saudis really becoming involved, Daniel Kinahan was growing rapidly. MTK was growing rapidly for a while. You know, they were growing rapidly. They started out in the UK and Ireland, and they then started to like sign world level fighters. You know, Crawford had an advisory relationship with him. Obviously, Fury. I think Virgil Ortiz might have had one. So listen, I'm not sure whether Kugan Cassius can go to America now, but for the longest time he couldn't. Same goes for Fury. I want to see these guys investigated, man. I want to see the whole shit come down. Just to see it come down, honestly. But that goes to show like the level of like individuals in the media within boxing. The fact that so many on like the online platforms were like just fucking blowing this guy so hard. Like Kugan like literally taking money from him, but none of these guys would ask those questions or anything of the sort. They would just beg for access. So the fact that these people in boxing media have shown to be the types that would readily take money from a fucking drug trafficker and a criminal, why should we expect them to tell the truth on boxing? Why should we expect them to, you know, have boxing's best interests at heart? You know, these guys just care about a pound note. You know, that's it. So Gareth A. Davis, another one who I forgot to give the smoke to. Yeah. Mike Coppinger, yeah. He said that Daniel Kinahan was manager of the year. And here we are all these years later. See, what I don't get, I get it and I don't. Like, I get it from the sense of people wanting to make a pound note, and people will do a lot for money. I get it. But what I don't get is this. Like, yeah, you can make a bit of money with this guy, but surely, like, somebody thought, like, this could blow up in my face in a few years' time. This guy's a wanted fucking fugitive with a $5 million bounty on his head. Maybe I shouldn't fuck with this guy. Because if I do, it could come back to bite me in a few years' time. Like, did anybody think that? It's unbelievable, but it goes to show it goes to show the barriers of entry in boxing are basically non-existent. If you have a few quid, no matter how you made it, you can get involved in boxing. And it also makes you wonder, like, Daniel Kinahan was high profile back then when he came into boxing. And he still tried to get involved despite being notorious. So, like, there's going to be other figures within boxing operating right now who are extremely shady. Drug pushers, fucking traffickers, all that good stuff. They may just not be as known or, not as notorious, not as famous or infamous. Boxing seems to be like an easy sport to probably like wash your money, to be honest with you. Because like I said, the barrier of entry is basically non-existent. You just got to have a few quid. So, listen, man, the Daniel Kinahan situation to me is interesting. The media blackout on Daniel Kinahan within the boxing media is interesting. I don't think people should ignore that. And yeah, listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. But we'll see. We'll see. I struggle with the YouTube side of sorry. I struggle with the YouTube side of boxing big time these days. I miss how it used to be back in the day. I agree, bro. Now it just feels like formal shoulder programming. Yeah. Because, I think it's the same with YouTube across the board, bro, because, back in the day, YouTube had a lot more independent creators because it was a site for just regular people to make content, to upload their videos, and whatever they wanted to talk about, they could talk about. Now it's become so corporatized. Number one, there's sponsorship money on the line. Number two, people are now using YouTube as a platform to try to get somewhere else, like into corporate media. And number three, the media corporations are now using YouTube as another avenue to push content. So YouTube now has lost that DIY kind of amateur feel of content, which is what made YouTube feel unique. When it comes to YouTube, I actually don't like watching highly. It depends on the content, but like 99 times out of 100, I actually don't like watching highly edited, highly sort of commercialized content. I like watching content that I know has been made by one person. I know that sounds weird, but that to me was always the magic of YouTube. I don't think that's just a boxing thing. I think that's a YouTube thing, personally. But yeah, I think Coogan is definitely clenching it. Yeah, I think it's YouTube across the board, bro. It's a shame. It's a shame. And then on top of that as well, you have the algorithms completely changed as well. Short form content is a lot more beneficial to make now than it was, a few years ago. And short form content has its place, but AI as well, yeah. Matthew Macklin's still banned from America as well, yeah. Exactly. All of these pigs at the trough, man. With full bellies, man. Full bellies. disgraceful, really, isn't it? But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I think it's interesting because, like I say, prior to his arrest, sort of in the press releases from like the Irish government or even like America, like boxing was mentioned as sort of a key component in his operation. So I'm wondering whether that gets like really thoroughly looked at and investigated. And maybe if it does, maybe there's going to be people fall by the wayside. Like I say, man, I'd love to see Kugan Cassius get fucking waltzed out of fucking Brentwood in fucking handcuffs. Honestly, like I said, like the worst thing about Kugan for me was, do you remember when he was MTK, sponsored by MTK or brought to you by MTK, whatever it was, when he kind of all of a sudden he kind of like had this chip on his shoulder, like he was a hard man, like threatening Prince Patel, for example. Oh, I'll cave your head in, and just acting like a hard man because he had a gangster sugar daddy, you know, to push out his fluff pieces. It's cringe as fuck. Some little private schoolboy from fucking Essex. It's crazy work, honestly. But that's for boxing media. I know why Coogan did it, but like he never really needed Daniel Kinahan because at that stage he'd already made a name for himself. He didn't need to do that, but I guess greed and reputation. Coogan Cassius strikes me as one of those people who's watched what's that fucking movie called? The Foot Soldier. You know, that fucking Essex Boys movie. He's watched that one too many times, basically. Kinahan was living the high life out in Dubai. He just needed to keep his head down. Instead, his mobs started doing business with Iran, which pissed off the Emirati royal family, so he lost his protection. Is that what it was? I think the myth of Dubai in general has been shattered in the last couple of months because these countries can't protect themselves. Like in like a geopolitical sort of standpoint, these countries can't protect themselves. If America are slipping, or America are not standing up to their side of the agreement with those relationships, those countries can't protect themselves. The Dubai bubble, the UAE bubble. I don't go as far as saying it's been burst, but it's getting close. It's getting close. If I was someone like Daniel Kinahan, I'd have fucked off to Russia or Belarus. Go to a place that's hostile to America, like truly hostile. He did a pretty good job of evading, to be fair. He did, but he was so fucking brazen with it. To be fair, Kinahan's a private schoolboy. Yeah, but wasn't his family even prior to him like a mob family? So it's kind of different. Like El Chapo's kids were fucking private schoolboys. But, they're arguably more ruthless than he was. But yeah, a lot of shorts are trend slop, AI slop, yeah, and add little value. You can't avoid them, bro. You can't avoid them. And it's always this bullshit, like, it's always bullshit, in it? Like some fucking self-help, fucking motivational shit. So give it a rest, mate. I don't even watch that sort of content either. Yeah, they can't. And I think that the situation with Iran has kind of shown that. Those countries, like I say, Dubai, UAE, those areas, sorry, it's all predicated on America keeping the peace, you know? It's never felt sustainable, that whole like Dubai shit. Okay, so 100%, the Emirati regime were protecting Kinahan and his family, but they started selling to Hezbollah, and that's a huge no-no. They handed him over to the Irish authorities because of it. Okay. See, it'll be interesting now as well in regards to Kinahan. Now he's been arrested. Will America want their slice of Kinahan? Do you know what I mean? Will they want to get involved? We'll see. We'll see. But no, he was a big time player. Like he had a $5 million bounty by the DEA, so that's not insignificant. It's not like El Chapo or El Mencho bounty, but like it's a level below, a couple of levels below maybe. I think Chapo and Mencho, I think they topped out at $15 million bounties, and Kinahan is what $5 million or was $5 million. So he's a big player, man. There's no doubt about it. Was a big player. But do Ireland? I'm not sure about Ireland. Do they do like life in prison, like real life, like go inside, never come out, die in prison? Yeah, 100%, Leonard. What's up, DJ Clockwise? How you doing, bro? How you doing, my man? Bro, I can hear some birds chirping outside. It's definitely springtime. He's going to go down forever, yeah. I watched that, yeah. I watched Wardley Dubois face off. It wasn't great. But I'm not expecting the build up to be great. I'm expecting a good fight there. Again, I'd rather Wardley win. I want Wardley to win. But I've got a feeling Dubois is going to win. I've got a feeling Dubois, his more tight fundamentals will get that job done. Just got a feeling about it. I've just got a feeling. Could be wrong though. Could be wrong. So yeah, I want Wardley to win. My head says Dubois is going to win, but I think it's going to be a competitive fight regardless. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm not too bad. Do you think Stan was in the room when Daniel lost his virginity? Yeah, he was like guiding him, and he was critiquing his form. Yeah, if Wardley gets him with a good shot, it's another quit. I think it depends on Dubois. So I feel like if Dubois is winning a fight and he gets hit a few times, I don't think he'll quit. But when he's losing, when he's being outboxed, when he's being outjabbed, and then he gets hit more than he'd like, I think that's when he quits. We saw that against Usyk and Joe Joyce. He wasn't in those fights in regards to the scorecards, and he was getting beat down. But he got tagged up by Hrgovic. He got tagged up by Miller. But he was winning those fights. Indeed, yeah. But I think his fundamentals are better than Wardley's. He does. Wardley does hit harder, but he does get hit a lot himself. And one thing about Wardley is we've seen him take the shots relatively well against Parker, against Fraser Clark, against Justice Hooney, and even to a lesser degree Nathan Gorman. We've seen him get hit as well, but we haven't seen him get hit by a guy who hits as hard as Dubois. I think that's a factor a lot of people aren't looking at. We haven't seen Wardley get hit with that sort of power. So, that has to be considered. And he was slightly buzzed by Nathan Gorman. He was buzzed by Eric Molina, if you remember. So you have to consider that as well. I think the punching power of Dubois is being overlooked, and combine that with the fact that, in my opinion at least, Wardley hasn't fought a puncher as hard as Dubois. Just my opinion. Like, let's say, for example, if it's the Dubois who turned up against AJ or Hrgovic, are we sure Wardley beats him? I think so as well, but Rolf Stone, I think so as well. I'm pretty sure there's guys who are operating under the radar, that are made big time criminals that we don't really know about, who are operating in boxing behind the scenes. I don't know. I think Clark's a big puncher. I don't think he is, honestly. Dubois' tactics need to be on point. If he fights very dirty like he did against Hrgovic and gets away with it, he can probably beat Wardley. Yeah, he was allowed to foul a lot in that fight. But who do you think is going to get the A-side treatment there, Wardley or Dubois? Yeah, that's a good shout. If Wardley starts slow, he's going to get battered early. He can't go into it too relaxed like AJ did. There's that as well, boxing narrative. If Dubois does land his punches, then I don't think he'll be discouraged to keep on going without quitting. Yeah, 100%. Because all the fights Dubois quitting, and I know I'm maybe being too generous to Dubois here, but every single fight he quit and he was losing badly, in my opinion. He was losing both Usyk fights badly, and he was losing the Joyce fight badly. But fights where he's been hit but been in the fight, he's carried on. Having said that, even if he's able to hurt Wardley and tag him up, one thing we know about Wardley, he ain't going to quit. He ain't going to lie down. So even if Dubois starts really well and is all over him, maybe drops him, hurts him a couple of times, we know that Wardley's going to always be trying to throw back, fire back. That's why it's a good fight, man. I think there's a lot of questions that are hard to answer in regards to that fight. A lot of both guys have pretty drastic flaws, in my opinion, defensively on Wardley's side and Dubois' side, but mentally on Dubois' side as well. I like the fight a lot, I really do. I know there's been some criticism of it in regards to the belt being on the line, but past caring about that sort of thing, I think the fight in and of itself is really, really intriguing. If I was Dubois, I don't think it's the worst strategy, John. If he could try and bum rush Wardley early on. A-side treatment, good question. I think Dubois might be more marketable despite the losses. See, me personally, I would say Wardley's more marketable because he speaks better, he's better on camera. He could sell some shit, I guess. Yeah, Dubois doesn't have the best defense. Head movement is non-existent, but I think Dubois does have better stamina. And if Dubois lands, he does. And I don't know if Wardley can make him miss and also chin test. Okay. Yeah, that's true as well. Wardley does gas in fights. He had some moments off in the Parker fight. Same with the first Fraser Clark fight, although I think the first Clark fight he could be forgiven because it was such a hard fight. There are moments when he has his lulls in fights when they go long. Justice Hooney's another example. For Wardley to have success, he'll have to come out early and apply pressure and ferocity straight away, make Dubois worry, and get him out of his comfort zone and make him question things. Yeah, land some good shots early, test that chin. Show him that you've got the power. If Dubois Wardley's a good fight, why not do an immediate rematch? I've got no interest in seeing either guy fight Usyk, Fury, or AJ. To be honest, I wouldn't have an issue with it if it's like a classic fight. Then yeah, do it again. But if we get a clear and concise winner, then I think they should move on. I personally wouldn't mind seeing Fury fight the winner. To be honest, I don't want to see Fury fight Usyk again for starters. I don't want to see it. Fury AJ, obviously, I would like to see it, but if Fury AJ can't happen and like Fury goes rogue, I'd like to see Fury versus the winner personally. Yeah, the looping shot around the side is a good shout. I also think a lead uppercut for Wardley is a shot that he should be training for as well. Particularly like a step back uppercut. That's a good shout as well. You'd be open for the winner to fight a Talma, yeah? Yeah, because Frank has both guys, right? I think they'll give a Talma a couple of more fights, though. I think they'll give a Talma a couple more fights. I've got a weird feeling about a Talma, I can't lie. Like, I've been impressed with him in the ring, what he's done so far. He hasn't really put a foot wrong. But I've just got a weird feeling about him. Sometimes you feel like the promoters know something about a guy that we don't. I do kind of feel that way with a Talma sometimes. I don't know why. Just a weird energy sometimes with how Frank Warren talks about him. I could be just perceiving that wrong, but I think he's a talented guy, though. See, I think Justice Hooney is a good fight for a Talma next. I think that'll be a good fight. Hooney's got skill, that's the thing. He's got skill, he can punch in bunches, decent hand speed, decent punch variety for a heavyweight. He's got a lot of skills, Justice Hooney, but I'm not convinced on his chin, for one. And his power's not amazing either. Like, for example, if you gave Justice Hooney, like, Povetkin type power, he'd be a massive fucking problem. He'd be a huge problem. Because he has a lot of skill. He's got a lot of talent, Justice Hooney. And I say about his chin, you look at him, you look at his background, what is he, Samoan? Usually those guys have granite chins. And his head shape, it looks like he should have a good chin. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced he holds a shot that well. But no, I like the Hooney fight. I like the Hooney fight for a Talma. I do. Yeah, Franklin's known for coming in out of shape. He was a punching bag in there. Yeah, he looks sloppy. He looks sloppy. I can see that, bro. I can see why people think that. Honestly. Heavyweight right now is not looking amazing. The issue with Moses is like if you're the matchmaker, if you're the manager, if you're the promoter, who would you actually put him in there with next? If you have full control of his career, not from a fan perspective, but like a matchmaking perspective, who would you put him in there with? I had this thought the other day. And Hooney was one of the names I'd thought about. I'd thought about a guy like F.A. Ajagba, but obviously he's now with Zuffa, so that's not going to happen. Opataya versus Atalma. I mean, Opataya's out there now with what's it called, Zuffa, so we'll see what he does. Zuffa recently signed Chris Billum-Smith, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get that fight next. CBS versus Atalma. It's not a terrible fight for sorry, Opataya I meant. Yeah, CBS. It's not a terrible fight for Opataya. Yeah, he definitely went in there with a lot of he took a lot of initiative in that fight. He took a lot of risks, God of Frogs. And yeah, it led to his undoing. But he fought a good fight that night. Lawrence Okole versus Atalma, a known name who'd come to win, but should be very beatable if you're a legitimate champion in the waiting. I can see the idea in that. I can see it. Now, that's a horrible fight, by the way. Dave Allen versus fucking Filip Hrgovic. What a horrid fight. See, honestly, like Dave Allen, he should be fighting like David Adelaide next. Honestly. And like, do we think Dave Allen would beat David Adelaide? I don't think he would, to be honest. It might be a bit competitive, but I don't think he would. And Hrgovic fought Adelaide last time out. So this is a step backwards, in my opinion. Hooney's kind of feather-fisted, doesn't seem to take a shot well, but he's got really good speed and good skill. Better skills compared to fellow Samoans like Iron Chin Tua. Small heavyweight was Tua, yeah, 100%. Big left hook, though. Big left hook. And like you say, great chin. Yeah, listen, listen. I'll be glad when Dave Allen retires, man. That's a good fight as well. David Adelaide versus Richard Riakporhe. Yeah, that's a good fight at domestic level. Richard Riakporhe recently beat Jamie TKV, which I was happy about because that Jamie TKV's got a horrible style. Horrible style. And he looks like shit as well. It's a fat mess. It's all well and good being a fat mess as a heavyweight. But if you're a fat mess, you got to have something. You have to have something different. And he doesn't. He's just a big lumbering idiot. Horrible to watch. Glad he got stopped. I mean, Riakporhe, honestly, like Riakporhe versus Atalma. Like, if they made that fight next, it wouldn't be high on my list, but I wouldn't be upset. Honestly. They can do it for the British title, which Riakporhe holds. I actually wouldn't be upset at that. Personally, maybe my expectations are too low. But he does one thing about Riakporhe. His skills are very basic, but he does have power, even at heavyweight. In fact, he looked faster at heavyweight in his last fight than he did at cruiserweight, in my opinion. Dave Allen versus Bakole. We need somebody who's going to brutally KO Dave to make him retire. I feel you on that. Listen, man. When I criticize certain fighters, it feels like maybe it gives people the impression that I'm piling on and just picking on one particular fighter, but it's not that. It's not that Dave Allen. It's not that Dave Allen has a lack of ability. I've enjoyed a lot of fighters who lack ability, who are only at a certain level, like domestic level. Like I love watching Sam Eggington fight because he always brings it. He always comes in shape. He always tries to throw punches. Yeah, he loses some, he wins some, but on a TV card, he's always good value for money. You can stick him deep on a pay-per-view undercard, he's not out of place. He can headline like a regular TV show in Birmingham for a domestic title, European title. He's not out of place. He'll always come in shape. He'll always come to fight. And that's all you want. That's all you ask for. Dave Allen is not that. He's had all these opportunities, rarely once turned up in shape, about 5 punches every millennium. Like, he's a bum. He's a bum. When I say bum, I don't mean bum in terms of skill level. I mean bum in terms of application. Because that is what a bum is. A bum is a lazy person. That's what a bum is. And Dave Allen, in a boxing sense, is a bum. So yeah, it's not about Dave Allen's ability or lack of. It's not about that. It's about the lack of application. I mean, some of the best fights on these shores in recent years have been domestic guys who haven't been close to world level. You know, who just come to bring it. I mean, look at Conor Walker. I mean, Conor Walker's getting ranked now, so maybe in the modern day welterweight division, he's close to world level. But listen, Conor Walker's a great example. He lost fights at a low level to begin with, but he's kind of just carried on and done his thing. He's got just pure effort, pure work rate, pure attrition, lack of skill to a degree, but he comes to bring it. It's not about the skill. Who doesn't respect Gabe Rosado for his pro career? I respect Kamil Sakalowski more than Dave Allen. Yeah, he'd make a good pundit, I agree, but as a boxer, he's very frustrating. I like listening to the guy talk about boxing when he's not talking about himself. Because I think he offers decent insight, to be fair. And he seems like a listen, I just don't like the lack of effort aspect, you know? I can understand it. You can look past it a couple of times, but when you've made a career of it, you have to doubt him. But he keeps on going. He's earning money, so I suppose fair play to him. Fair play to him. But I do give him credit for exposing Johnny Fisher. That was kind of beautiful. So he has contributed. Like he did rid us of Johnny Fisher. We got to be grateful for that. Kevin, thoughts on Zerdo Benavidez? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the fight. I'm looking forward to it. I think people are overlooking Zerdo to a degree. I think he's underrated. Zerdo. I felt that way for a long time. Though, considering the circumstances, I do make Benavidez a favourite. You know, he's the A side. He's got a hand speed advantage. Probably got a punch output advantage. I think it's going to be a more competitive fight than people think, though. What's up, Ronan? How you doing, my man? Yeah, Cotto was good that night when he fought Shane Mosley. And that was still a decent Shane Mosley as well. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like Cotto back then, if we're talking about like Miguel Cotto from what 07, 08, it's kind of crazy how he would be considered like the third best welterweight at that time. Whereas like Cotto in any welterweight division in the past 15 years would be right up there. He'd be number one in many of those years. Like people, he like low key. Miguel Cotto gets underrated actually, because you think about it. Go back and watch that fight with Cotto and Canelo. Away faded Miguel Cotto against Canelo Alvarez. That was a close fight. I'm not saying Cotto won, but it was a close fight, and he was undersized. And look at how well Miguel did in that fight. He took multiple rounds off Canelo. Multiple rounds past his best. Yeah, Dave Allen's knockout of Lucas Brown still lives in my head rent-free. I'll be honest, at the time when that happened, maybe it's because I'm a Dave Allen hater, but at the time, I kind of felt it was a dive. I'll be honest. I was like, shit, that looked like a dive to me. Yeah, bro, like people forget how good he was, Jared. People forget how good Miguel Cotto was. Like even like very early on in the Pacquiao fight, like the first sort of 2-3 rounds of that Pacquiao fight, it was shaping up to be like, I swear that shit. I remember watching that fight live when I was like 14 years old. And the first 2-3 rounds of that fight, that was shaping up. Bro, are we gonna get like a Hagler Hearns here? Like it was a crazy start. Like he started really well, Cotto, like back and forth with Pacquiao, but Pacquiao's speed and shit was just too much. What's up, JD? How you doing, man? Hopefully you're well. If you had 3 fights to get somebody into boxing, what fights would they be? That's a hard one. That's a hard one. I'm trying to not say like cliche fucking answers, like oh Hagler Hearns, and let's not say cliche answers. Let's give you some different answers. Graham Earl versus Michael Katsidis is one. Guillermo Jones versus Denis Lebedev is another. What about a third? What about a third? A third one. So Gatti Ward one's too known. So what did I say? Katsidis versus Graham Earl. Guillermo Jones versus Denis Lebedev. And I'll say an obvious one for the third, just because of the magnitude of it. Pacquiao Marquez 4. Yeah, you said Pacquiao Marquez 4 as well. Oh, bro, that's an underrated fight. Emmanuel Augustus versus Mickey Ward. Yeah. Yeah, Augustus, man. Imagine if Augustus like had like a world-class manager and was signed with like a world-class promoter right from the beginning. Like his record would look a lot different than it ended up looking. because he had ability, Emmanuel Augustus. And you know your promotional contract and who you're being promoted by, who your manager is, that shit matters in boxing. No, actually, I'll skip it. So for the fights that 3 fights that I'd get somebody into boxing with, I'm gonna redo it. So Graham Earl, Michael Katsidis, Guillermo Jones versus Denis Lebedev, and Tim Bradley, Ruslan Provodnikov. There you go. What's up, Fred? How you doing? Yeah, Boots beat the shit out of Lipinets. He was way too fast, way too big. And Boots is fighting Zayas coming up. I think he'll beat Zayas relatively comfortably. I've got to be honest, I'm not a massive believer in Xander Zayas. I think he's all right, but you look at him fight, he's a big guy for the weight. He's got an okay jab, an okay cross. He can counter to a degree. But there's no bells or whistles. There's no special effects. He's not the fastest. He's not the most dynamic. I don't think his power's there. I think he's just relatively basic, to be honest with you. I think Boots is going to be too fast. I think Zayas could catch him a few times here and there in the exchanges, because Zayas has okay timing with his right hand. But I think Boots is going to be too fast, and he's going to be punching in bunches. And I think he'll either beat him on points or maybe get a late stoppage. And plus, he's got a quicker jab than Xander Zayas as well. Zayas has a decent jab, but it's pretty one-paced. You don't see him vary the jab all that much from body to head, and then feint off the jab and then come downstairs with a right to the body. Or he doesn't mix his jab up that well. He doesn't mix the feints up off the jab either. Doesn't really double it up like he should. Whereas Boots is a lot more creative with his jab and it's quicker. So I think Boots is going to more than likely outbox him, outwork him, possibly stop him late. But I don't think Zayas poses a big threat to Boots, I've got to be honest. Me personally. I think Boots has got that one. Listen, I think Boots' biggest test at 154 is Ortiz. I think that goes for both guys. I think, Ortiz's biggest test is Boots, and Boots' biggest test is Ortiz. Shane Airy versus Mickey Ward, yep. Cole versus Chamberlain. Yeah, Froch Jermaine Taylor was a good fight. Fucking hell, Lee. Sonny Edwards versus Wasim, Jones Hopkins 2, and Akole versus Light. Yeah, I certainly think his jab is better than Xander Zayas's, 100%. Do you reckon Josh Taylor doesn't get the respect he deserves and is becoming underrated and underappreciated for what he's achieved? It's a good question. I think the way his career ended didn't help him. The Catterall fights, for a start. I think how he handled that first Catterall fight didn't do him any favours. And then after that, of course, his form just fell out the window. He lost to Lopez, he lost to Catterall again, and then he lost to Echo Esserman. Maybe when a bit more time goes by, people will look back on Taylor more fondly. I think it's still kind of fresh, but for a while there, Taylor had a really good run. I don't think it was like a generational run. I know he became undisputed, and that was a great achievement. And he beat some good fighters doing it as well. But at the same time, I have to be consistent with it. Same with what I said in regards to Devin Haney. Taylor did it with a size advantage for the most part, and that has to be considered, I think, especially when we talk about like greatness and pound for pound. You know, if you're beating, you could have a great resume, but if you've never fought anybody bigger than you, are you truly pound for pound? Because in that case, we don't know whether your skills can translate to when you fight a bigger guy. Do you know what I mean? So listen, I think Taylor was a really, really good champion, become undisputed. I think he probably does get underappreciated, but yeah, one of them ones. Size matters in boxing, man. And I think that's something that I even see this in mainstream media, mainstream boxing media. They'll call a guy pound for pound who's like a weight bully, like a clear weight bully. And that matters, man. When it comes to pound for pound discussions, that matters. If I'm like Fundora, for example, like he could beat everybody at 154. He could beat Boots. He could beat Virgil, and I wouldn't put him pound for pound. Because listen, I don't know what he's going to be like when he fights a guy closer to his size. Like he could beat everybody at 154. I don't think I could put him pound for pound. Yeah, Fundora's dangerous. Fundora's he's very dangerous. I forgot to mention him earlier. But I think those three guys are the best at 54 right now. Easily. Junto's going to get floored by Inoue. Yeah, I think so as well. Junto's going to be dangerous, though. He's going to be dangerous. He's a bit of a sharpshooter out of that southpaw stance. He can lead you into counters. He's got a nice uppercut as well. He's going to be dangerous for Inoue. He's got the height and reach on him, coming out of a southpaw stance. It's an interesting fight. Is Casimiro Rigondeaux the worst fight of the 21st century? Possibly. I mean, it's a contender. It's a contender. You can throw some Lawrence Okole fights in there. Klitschko Povetkin is up there, in my opinion. Yeah, Josh Taylor beat the piss out of O'Hara. Taylor was elite, but his wins didn't age all that well. Yeah, the Baranchik one didn't. I think the Postal one was all right. Prograis, yeah. I mean, a lot of these guys after Taylor beat them kind of fell off. Ramirez has been hit and miss since. I just don't know. I don't know JD in regards to that. Honestly, I just haven't felt the desire to do it, which was always the main reason I did it, because I wanted to do it, kind of thing. But I'm not going to force myself to if I don't want to do it. Yeah, Taylor's prime came quickly and went quickly. Originally, people said he was one of the greatest Scottish fighters ever. Now, his looks make people think that he was overrated. You know, a Josh Taylor in real life. He lives down the road from me. No joke. I thought you meant you knew Josh Taylor. Andrew Kane versus Charlie Edwards. Yeah, that was a shit fight. Hang on. Let's actually have a proper look at the schedule. let's have a proper look at the schedule. So this weekend, we have Jarrell Miller versus Lenny Apero at heavyweight. That's an interesting fight. And we've got Tony Yoka versus Lawrence Okole in France. Make of that what you will. So that's pretty much it for this weekend, right? That's pretty much it for this weekend, I think. What else we got? I'm just looking on BoxRec, guys. One sec. That's pretty much all we've got this weekend. I don't mind the Miller fight, to be honest, but okay, let's skip forwards to next weekend. The weekend after this. Okay, Inoue is next, the weekend after this weekend coming up. So you got Inoue versus Junto Nakatani. You got Takuma Inoue versus Kazuto Ioka as well. That's a good fight. I know Ioka's past it, but still decent enough. Sora Tanaka's on the undercard. Hang on, have I seen Sora Tanaka or not? Am I thinking of somebody else? Yeah, I've seen him. Okay, that's a decent card in Japan. What else we got that weekend? Conor Walker versus Sam Eggington is going to be fun. I think Conor Walker's going to be too much, to be honest. That's a decent fight, though, at domestic sort of level. And then, yeah, we got Ramirez against Benavidez that weekend as well. We've also got a really good fight on that undercard, by the way, that's going under the radar. Jose Armando Resendez against Jaime Munguia. That's a really good fight at 168. Resendez was the guy who beat Caleb Plant last time out. That's a really good fight, by the way. I've got Munguia in that one, but who knows? That's a good fight on that undercard. That's a really good fight. He's actually fighting. He's actually fighting. Yeah, there's that opinion in boxing, bro. Like people will always say that in the media. And it's parroted by people like Sonny Edwards. If you've never boxed, you can't have an opinion. Imagine you actually was consistent with that worldview, by the way. You literally can't have an opinion on anything aside from what you're like decent at or what you've done. Crazy, man. Wild. What's worse than that, though, it's not the boxers saying that. It's those cuck fans who repeat it. You know, if they see a boxing fan that's critical of something, you see those cuck-ass boxing fans will say, oh, you can't say that because you've never boxed. Number one, you don't know whether someone's boxed or not. That's number one. But number two, like, you're supposed to be the consumer here. You're the one paying your hard-earned money. And you're like just cucking out like that. It's crazy. They're the worst types of boxing fans. The worst. I've got Dubois, Fred. I've got Dubois. I think I uploaded my Dubois Wardley prediction. I'm pretty certain. Because I uploaded that one quite early. Certain I have. Did I do it? No, 3 weeks ago, yeah. I know I made it. Yeah, bro, Callus Howland's jaw's going to be doing fucking 360s, mate. Because Daniel Kinahan got arrested. Oh, you mean Bellew Cleverly too? The first fight was actually good. That's a great shout. Yeah, people who have taken that Kinahan money can't have an opinion on boxing. Yeah, just come back. Yeah, come back to Sonny Edwards with that. That's what I'm saying. So, like, when it's the point to where you can have an opinion on boxing. So, is one sparring session enough? Do you have to have 5 sparring sessions? Do you have to have a? Does a white collar fight count? Does that qualify you? Maybe 1 amateur fight, 10 amateur fights, 5 pro fights. What's the qualifying? What's the qualifying metric to where this is when you can start talking about boxing? It's such a retarded fucking soundbite. Oh, you can't have an opinion because you've not boxed. But no, yeah. In regards to Dubois, Wardley, I've got Dubois personally. Yeah, exactly. David Hay was a top level fighter. How many predictions does he get right? There you go. Has Coogan been shackled and arrested? Yeah. You know he'll sing like a canary. Yeah, facts. He should be, bro. He was a propaganda arm for a narco terrorist, as far as I'm concerned. I don't like your suit, man. You're not a tailor. You can't criticize. I'm saying, like, yeah, then boxing fans just accept everything and are always grateful on everything, even if a fighter shows cowardly behavior or the fight sucks. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, if a fighter, like, there's in the UK, like, if a fighter does the bare minimum, like, people love to praise him. Oh, he was so brave. He was this. He was that. He showed the heart of a lion. I'm kind of sick of it. I don't mind. I'll praise a fighter when I feel like he's actually shown real bravery. Like, I'll praise a fighter when he's really put himself through it to win a fight, and even if he comes up short, I'll praise his like guts. And I've done that before on the channel, like numerous times, with certain performances and losing efforts. But in this country, we just love a loser. Honestly, that's why Dave Allen is so marketable. David Hayes a troll? He might be. He might be. He is funny as fuck. Paul Smith said that you have to have 1 sparring session. What the fuck, bro? Did he actually say that? I mean, according to Paul Smith, then I can talk about boxing. I don't know what Sonny Edwards thinks, though. We might have to get his opinion. You are hitting the bag. So Callum, we've established so far that Callum's the only one in this chat who's got proof that he can actually talk about boxing. We need Callum to start a channel and talk for us, man. No, you're right though. Like, so Callum can talk about boxing. I can't. I've got a picture of Deontay Wilder laid out. Paul Eder Greek can't. JD can't. Ronan can't. But no, it's crazy, Callum. Like, there's these pros out there who say shit like that. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. Yeah, not that bad, Callus Howland. Bro, he's kind of jacked though. Have you seen Callus Howland? He's actually jacked. He just snorts and lifts, man. Yeah, you can't call a TV show bad because you've never been a director. Like, where do we take this? Like, for such like a masculine sport, the people involved are so sensitive. It's crazy. And I understand to a degree why a fighter would get sensitive about like criticism. I get it. But It's to an extreme level. It's to an extreme level. Unrelated, but who's one of your favorite fighters, past or present, in the UFC or MMA? See, I've always been a casual when it comes to UFC and whatnot, but Chuck Liddell, just because of like the aura, is up there. Anderson Silva for like the swagger and the elusiveness and the creativity. Who else do I like? I actually like Khabib. I know that's a basic answer, but I do like Khabib's aura as well. There's a few guys. A fan's opinion really changes when you watch another combat sport. Kickboxing, MMA, whatever, all 50-50 fights, whatever the level. Not a 10-0 prospect against a 4-78 journeyman on a TV show. That's a great shout. That's a great shout. So Jay's been training for 8 years, but he's had no amateur fights. What about him? There you go. It's basically like me. So I started boxing. I first went into a gym when I was about 17, I think. And I did it a fair bit when I first started for like a couple of years. On to the point where I was looking at getting an amateur fight. I've told this story before, but it never happened anyway. And ever since then, life got in the way, and I've been in and out of gyms ever since. As of right now, I've not sparred. I've not been in a boxing gym all year. Probably haven't been in a boxing gym since like last summer, honestly. But anyway, I've only sparred, long and short of it. So can I have an opinion? But nah, it's kind of wild, isn't it? But maybe if we had the bag like Daniel Kinahan, maybe the likes of Sonny Edwards will trust us on how we manage their careers. You know, what did Daniel Kinahan know about boxing? What did old Danny Kaye know about boxing? So we've established that another qualifying factor that allows you to talk about boxing, not only talk about boxing, but actually direct fighters' careers, is drug money. If we have drug money, then we can talk about boxing. We can even manage these guys. So any guys in the chat who are selling like a 10 bag of weed, you can talk about boxing as well. You can talk about boxing as well. But I think Danny Kaye was actually a fucking heroin trafficker. And probably coke as well, I'd imagine. So anyone out there selling coke or selling brown, you guys can talk about boxing. And Sonny Edwards would want you to manage his career, by the way. So you guys could be quids in. What's the most I've ever had to spend at the garage in one go? Do you mean like a petrol station? Fuck, oh Christ. So probably, I usually put about 20 quid in at a time. 20 quid of fuel. I mean, maybe not now, but probably on like a road trip, honestly. Probably like 80, 100 quid. Depends. Like if I've been going somewhere for a weekend, like a road trip, probably 100 quid at a service station, maybe. So petrol, booze, and tobacco, I'd say. Yeah, Gaethje's fun to watch, man. Justin Gaethje's fun to watch. Yeah, Pereira's been carrying the UFC. I do like Khamzat Chimaev, but he just fights too irregular. I also like Makachev as well. Ilya Tupuria is pretty good to watch. He can really like box and punch and kick. You realise that boxing's the only sport with a system at kickboxing UK shows. Your debut is 50-50, 0 and 0 versus 0 and 0, not 0 and 0 versus 0 and 67. Yeah, bro, the kickboxers, man, they go through the gauntlet. Honestly, I boxed every day for like 2 years in Amazon when I was younger. I'm basically a veteran. Yeah, you're like one of those old school journeymen who fought like every 2 weeks. Basically, you've got like 500 rounds in 2 years under the belt. Yeah, Steffi Ball, he went down for selling coke out of his gym. Oh, you mean like paying a mechanic? Ah, fuck knows. 400 quid maybe, 450. I forgot what it was for. I mean, my last car I had to get rid of. I spent 300 quid on it just to get through the MOT, so I could get like another month out of it. See, I don't think Prime Adesanya was close to Prime Anderson. To be honest with you, Anderson was a lot more creative, way more creative. Like that fucking front kick that Anderson Silva did against who was it? I don't know whether it was Forrest Griffin, but it was such a beautiful fucking stoppage. Like to me, Anderson Silva is clear when it comes to like creative striking. Me personally, like Silva, sorry, Adesanya was he would be what I would call like a sharpshooter, but I don't think he was anywhere near as creative as Anderson was, Prime Anderson. But Anderson Silva was he was one of the first. Him and Chuck Liddell, they kind of got me into like UFC originally. Oh, the front kick KO was Belfort, Vitor Belfort. That was a sick knockout. So he basically Anderson Silva to me was like the best representative of MMA in that era. Because to me, when I think of MMA, I think of like the creativity of MMA, and he's one of those examples. I think Fedor is another one at heavyweight. Such a versatile, well-rounded guy. Not in the same way Anderson was, but that's another thing with MMA now. I feel like it's become so like wrestling focused. It's kind of taken away from it a little bit, in my opinion. Yo, Lyoto Machida was another one. Bro, he was a fucking demon. He was another real creative striker. I think he was a karate guy, right? Lyoto Machida. Do you guys remember though, like as well, back in those, that's what I'm saying. Back in those days, like UFC was such a good product, man. You had fucking Vitor Belfort like TRT'd out of his mind. Out of his mind. Yeah, Maurizio Shogun Hua, yeah. Had guys like BJ Penn back in those days also. See, one fighter from back then who I wasn't particularly fond of was GSP. I felt he was like the first wave of like what I would call boring fighters in MMA. I respect like GSP's longevity and his dominance, and he was a great fighter. Not saying he's not an all timer. And by the way, I'm talking as a casual MMA fan. But in terms of entertainment, GSP wasn't it. I don't care. He wasn't it. Go for a piss. Yeah, GSP was boring. Yeah, I felt so as well. Yeah, Rampage Jackson in his prime. Vanderlei Silva, bro, the axe murderer. Yeah, bro, Vanderlei Silva and Mirko Krokop, their face off in Pride before they fought was so fucking elite. Might be the best face off in combat sports history. And that's the thing, like back in those days, man, there were so many characters in MMA, so many characters, so many like crazy stories as well. Like Mirko Krokop, he was a kickboxer before he went to MMA. And as while he was kickboxing, he was part of like a terrorist fucking task force in Croatia. Like a literal fucking killer. Like that guy was a badass, man. Mirko Krokop. Fucking what was it? Left kick hospital, right kick cemetery, or something like that. Crazy, man. Yeah, we've been speaking about it, bro. Yeah, I wondered about Gold Star as well. I've wondered about Gold Star. I mean, Gold Star is still going right now, right? So, John Jones is hit and miss. He's had some bad fights, but he's also had some entertaining moments. Like John Jones on the come up was uh was a phenom. Like when he choked out, I think it was who did he choke out face? Like he choked out standing up, and he fucking just dropped him when they went out. Was that Machida or was that Shogun? It was one of them two. Machida, yeah. That was such a cold. That was one of the coldest fucking chokes in UFC history. You had John Jones Gustafsson 1, which in my opinion was one of the greatest UFC fights of all time, certainly at light heavyweight. The rivalry between John Jones and DC, controversial take, controversial opinion, might be one of the best rivalries in combat sports in the last quarter of a century. Might be the best rivalry in combat sports in the last quarter of a century. In terms of like the content that fight provided, both fights might be the best rivalry in combat sports in the modern era. Honestly, like the back and forths were so good. The trash talk was so good. Like the whole build up to the second fight was so good. Like because it fell through like a number of times. Like that shit was so good. Like they genuinely hated each other. Yeah, Alistair Overeem was a good fighter. Again, kickboxer first. Cain Velasquez was another really good heavyweight. His career though got robbed because of injuries, man. Like, yeah. Yeah, I'm not interested in Usyk versus Rico personally. I'm disappointed by it, to tell you the truth. Yeah, I've been hearing this narrative, Lee, in regards to Rico. I'm not a kickboxing expert by any means, but I've seen a couple of his fights in light of this fight being made. And the one thing I noticed was, to me, Rico doesn't look like he's got any crazy power in his hands. I wouldn't call him a puncher. I wouldn't call him heavy-handed. And that's in a kickboxing sense. Am I right about that or not? That's the impression I get from what I've watched of him, that he's not heavy-handed. The McGregor-Diaz rivalry was good. It was good. What some of the best trash talk leading up to a fight that I've seen since I've been watching combat sports. So again, I'll put this up there with the best trash talk of the last 25 years in combat sports in an individual fight would be Conor McGregor against Jose Aldo, because it actually worked. Like, you could tell that every time Jose Aldo was around Conor, he was seething, he was upset, he was in his feelings. And you could see that every time they was like close together, every time they was at a press conference, joint interview. Like, Aldo, there was several times where I swear to God, Aldo looked like he was on the verge of tears. And then he came into that fight so tense, wasn't loose, wasn't relaxed, looked like he didn't have a sweat on, and he got starched. Like, that was some of the best trash talk in high-level combat sports of the last 25 years, in my opinion. Because it actually worked. It wasn't just like memorable, which it was, but it worked. I think UFC's gone down a bit in the last 2 to 3 years. But again, I feel like there's been, I know what you mean with UFC, but UFC doesn't generate those sort of moments like it used to. Like, I'm a casual MMA guy, very casual, as you can probably tell the way I'm talking. But I feel like the UFC used to like generate like really good moments every year, whereas these days it's like a moment a year almost. There's not as many of those sort of crazy press conferences where like there's crazy trash talk, or I don't know. It just seems a bit watered down. One trash talk that was funny, like relatively recently, was Sean Strickland against Izzy Adesanya. Because again, it kind of worked. It kind of worked. Like, you could tell he made Izzy emotional, got under his skin, and then he beat him. But it goes, the same goes for Dricus du Plessis against Sean Strickland. That was kind of funny when Dricus got at Sean Strickland. So there's still moments. But yeah, Dricus made both of those guys cry. Yeah, he made Sean Strickland and Israel Adesanya cry. It's wild, man. Yeah, Sean Strickland's an interesting character. He's interesting because he'll say things in a really vulgar way that makes sense, and then he'll be totally off base with another thing he says. So I feel like 80% of what he says is on point, but he just puts it in a vulgar way. The 20% where I feel he's wrong, I feel like he's very wrong, kind of thing. The promotional effort isn't there now since Zuffa got brought out, I think. Possibly. It feels like everything now is just Netflixified. Like UFC's one aspect of the UFC that I feel goes under the radar from back in the day. The UFC like shoulder programming back in the day was so good. It was a level above boxing. I know boxing had 24/7 on HBO, and it had all access on Showtime, but the UFC shoulder programming back in the day was like levels above anything we've seen in boxing. Maybe HBO 24/7's the only thing that can stand side by side. But yeah, like the UFC died. No, I don't want to say died. Died's a strong word. UFC's clearly not dead, but to me, it just lost the magic. Is how I would put it. It just feels like any other sporting organization now. Whereas before, whether you liked the UFC or whether you was a casual like me or whether you hated it, the UFC always used to feel very unique. It doesn't anymore. That's how I would describe it. Hey, what's up, G-Man? How you doing, man? Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you're well, good sir. I have seen you've DM'd me, by the way. I will get back to you. I haven't got round to it. Haven't read it as of right now, but I know you've DM'd. Hopefully you're well though, man. Yeah, I think Drickus has taken some time off. He got fucking mauled by Kamzat. I have thought about doing UFC videos, like UFC content on this channel, low key. I do like UFC. I don't dislike it. Yeah, I think with McGregor, it had such a high. It'll take time to stabilize again. Yeah, Jared Thompson, I agree. No big promo tours anymore. Lazy fight announcements with Dana on Instagram. Yeah, on Instagram Live saying that the announcements in a monotone voice is just office lazy. Yeah, in the office is lazy. Yeah, facts. Like Dana's definitely lost his luster. It feels like. Low-key Dana, Dana, like I listen to Dana White, like post-fight UFC and that, and post-fight Zuffa, like Zuffa boxing. And low-key, I feel like, I don't want to say he's more invested in Zuffa boxing than UFC, but I feel like the Zuffa boxing shit gets his juices flowing more. It's something new. Yeah, I feel you, Paolo, the Greek. UFC women fights are better than women boxing fights by far, but I know what you mean. Yeah, Alex Pereira is good, man. He is good. He is good. See, if anybody's going to do a crossover in boxing, it should be him because he's completed kickboxing. He's completed UFC. Like if Pereira said, "Do you know what? I want to spend the last 2 years of my career seeing what I can do in boxing," I wouldn't hold it against him. Honestly, because what he's been able to do, being a two-time kickboxing champion and what a two-time UFC champion, it's kind of crazy, like low key. That's insane what he's been able to do. Okay, I'll give it a read, man. Listen. I have my suspicions as well, G-man. I'll see what you got to say though. But I'm more wondering what the fallout's going to be in regards to like the wider boxing landscape. I don't watch one championship, Fred. I'm a casual, like I said. Like I've watched a handful of Bellator fights in the last sort of 10 years or so, but aside from that, it's only been UFC when it comes to MMA. I think they had to let McGregor do it. Honestly, I think they had to. I think John Jones will come back for one more. Personally, he seemed to have wanted to fight on the White House card, but that fell through. Say what you want about John Jones, but I feel like the UFC needs one more fight from him. I would just personally like to see the Aspinall fight to get it done, but I think maybe they'll do the Pereira fight because it's a massive fight. Top three underrated boxers. What do you mean, active or all time? Active or all time? All time, maybe Winky Wright's an underrated boxer. Probably is. Um, it's always hard to say underrated. I don't know about fucking underrated all time. I'd put Winky Wright in there as one. Underrated. Underrated. Maybe a guy like Jorge Arce is up there. He had a really good career. Um, that's a hard one. See, I feel like in hardcore circles, like people like Mike McCallum gets a lot of credit, and rightly so. I know what you mean amongst casuals. Mike McCallum doesn't get the credit. But if we're talking for our audience right here, I would say but Winky Wright gets credit within our audience. I'd still say Winky Wright, maybe a guy like Jorge Arce. I'm trying to think out the box here, guys. So I'm just checking the football quick. 0-0, okay. Maybe in modern times, more modern times, Donny Nieto, sorry. Ivan Calderon's another one. I would say underrated. I'd go Jorge Arce. Ivan Calderon. And maybe Winky Wright. I don't know. Yeah, so I don't want to like list all-time greats and shit like that, but more so fighters that gave a lot that don't really get the credit. I think Jorge Arce is a good shout for that, to be honest with you. Ivan Calderon is good in terms of like just being a great fighter. I think he was like a 3 division champ or 4 division champ. Vic Darchinyan had a good career. He was a good fighter until he ran into Daenerys the first time in '07. This was when Daenerys was more or less unknown, and Darchinyan at that stage was on a big old win streak. He was knocking people out, which was rare in those divisions back then. And yeah, Daenerys just fucking cold clocked him with that left hand from hell, and the legend of Daenerys was born. But no, Darchinyan had a really good career, and he was really formidable at one point in time. I'll always remember the rematch as well. They fought years later, and Darchinyan was winning right until the end, where he got stopped again. I'm on the old Red Stripe, G-Man. Red Stripe Lager. I've got tomorrow off, so book tomorrow off work. I plan to get my hair cut tomorrow. It's been too long. I'm looking a little bit worse for wears, man. I need a haircut. Am I from Ipswich? That's a bit of a random location. But no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm from around Luton. Why Ipswich, bro? Out of interest, why Ipswich? Sergio Martinez. See, I feel like Ricardo Lopez gets mentions when I said I shouldn't have said I shouldn't have said Winky Wright. Sorry for the underrated. Like maybe he's not rated. Maybe he's not rated where he should be, but he still does get talked about. The underrated one is hard. The underrated one is hard. But I would definitely say Ivan Calderon is up there. I would put Jorge Arce on there. You could stick another Mexican on there as well, Daniel Zaragoza. Linares? I don't think Linares. I'll be honest, Linares in his career, I always thought was a little overrated. Yeah, he had like great hand speed, decent power. Like he had a lot of ability. Like he probably should have done more than he did in his career, but he was always vulnerable. He was always susceptible to being caught. Steve Collins from like a UK Ireland perspective is underrated. He's underrated. I think people shit on him too much. Like fair enough, I think Ben was done when Collins fought him, but I think Eubank had a lot more in the tank than his fanboys like to make out. I think Steve Collins was more intelligent than Eubank, and I think there's a chance he always beats Eubank. Ben Ben was definitely washed when Collins fought him, but Eubank wasn't. He wasn't. He was maybe a bit past it, but he wasn't washed. Steve Collins is a good shout for like UK/Ireland being underrated. Yeah, I would say he's underappreciated, Joe Calzaghe. That's a good shout. Rafael Marquez, Juan's brother, 2-weight world champion, plus had those wars with Israel Vasquez. Those first 3 fights were crazy, man. And yeah, rest in peace, by the way, Israel Vasquez. Like that, those fights really, really took it out of him, destroyed his eye. And sadly, years later, he got cancer. Not because of those fights, but he just got cancer. And yeah, he passed away relatively recently. But Marquez is a good shout. Rafael Marquez is a good shout. Pongsaklek, yeah. He last fought. Didn't he come back like randomly? I swear he did. He was Thai, wasn't he? Was he not? Or Filipino, Thai? Yeah, he came back. I mean, it's 2018. It feels like more recently than that. Yeah, he had a lot of WBC defenses. Speaking of that part of the world, what about Chris John? Chris John was a decent fighter, good boxer. Beat Marquez on paper. I know some people like to say robbery on that one. I thought Marquez. I haven't watched this fight in years, but I thought Marquez probably shaded it, but it was a close-ish fight. But yeah, Chris John is another one who was a good fighter back in the day. Doesn't really get talked about now. Yeah, Vernon Forrest beat Shane Mosley twice. And then he lost to... Was it Mayorga? Yeah, he lost to Mayorga twice and he beat Shane twice. That's it, yeah. De La Hoya is underrated in my opinion because of his crazy antics in retirement. He's become a joke in boxing, but in his prime, he was an outstanding fighter. That's true. I think what he's done post his career probably has taken away from what he did in the ring. Yeah, Corey Spinks, he beat Judah. I think he lost the rematch though. But he beat Judah and he beat Mayorga, right? Corey Spinks. Let's have a look. Yeah, so he beat Judah in their first fight. He beat Mayorga. He won his world title in Italy against Michel Picarillo. Had a split decision loss to Jermaine Taylor. Yeah, he's a shout. He's a shout. Not gonna lie, Roger Mayweather was pretty nasty. Yeah, Black Mamba. He was a good fighter, Roger. He was a good fighter. Hard puncher as well. Fabrizio Tiozzo. He was French, was he not? Or am I totally tripping? He was French, was he not? Like Michalczewski low-key. Michalczewski low-key. He might be underrated. Because people shit on Michalczewski because the Roy Jones fight never happened. But you got to consider a couple of things like, was it Michalczewski's fault that fight didn't happen? He was always like when Roy Jones was at light heavyweight, Nikolchevsky was always the lineal champion. That's what a lot of people don't realize. I'm pretty sure he became the lineal champ after he beat Virgil Hill. I think. I do think Roy Jones would have beaten Mikulchevsky, though, personally. Sumbu Kalambe is a shout for underrated. It's still crazy how he got knocked out in a round by Michael Nunn. Because Michael Nunn wasn't a big puncher. That was just one of those sort of freak boxing results. I think that was the only time Sumbu Kalambe was stopped. And he got stopped in a round by Michael Nunn. But now Sumbu Kalambe was a good fighter, very good fighter. Yeah, he was never stopped before that or after. That's crazy. Considering he fought some rugged guys. Like, he fought some 15 rounders, I think. He fought Iran Barkley over 15 rounds. Who could really punch, he could really whack. You know, fought Mike McCallum a couple of times at least, I think. It's crazy, isn't it, how he got knocked out in that fight. Must have just got caught cold, kind of thing. Fought Barkley, McCallum twice. Let's have a look at his resume. He had 57 wins, 6 defeats, 1 draw. Yeah, he beat Steve Collins, obviously. He went 1-1 against Mike McCallum. He beat Iran Barkley. He beat Harold Graham a couple of times. He beat Doug DeWitt. He beat Robbie Sims. Yeah, good career, man. Good career. I don't know, Ryan Miller-Pero. Like, Miller didn't look good in his last fight, has to be said. He didn't look good. But, you know, Pero is a Cuban heavyweight, so... Listen, I think I'll say Pero because he's going to be fresher. He's going to be quicker. But it's not a confident pick by any means. It's not a confident pick, but I would say Pero on points. Yeah, to my knowledge, it was only Daniel that got caught. Torres, I think Torres on points. I think Sanchez might be a bit too negative, even if he makes it close to the point to where maybe we think he's nicked it. I don't think he'll get it, kind of thing. I used to quite rate Frank Sanchez, I can't lie. I thought he could have done something because his style was unique at heavyweight, but we'll see. I still think he was injured against Caballero, but, you know, Caballero did his thing, so... Let's have a look at this Usyk undercard, by the way. So you've got Catterall versus Shakram Gyasov. I hope Gyasov wins that fight. Sanchez versus Torres. Hamza Shiraz is fighting for a vacant WBO super middleweight title against a fella called Alim Begic, who I'm going to say is from Bosnia. Might be wrong. Where's he from? Apparently he's from German. That's not a German name. But This fella is 39 years old. He's unbeaten. So he's 39 years old. He's beat absolutely nobody, and he's fighting for a vacant super middleweight title. That is like 1990s prime Frank Warren right there. So Hamza Shiraz is going to become a world champ. Yeah, outside of that, there's nothing to really look at. Prime Danny Alves, who was a great right back. The types of right backs I like attacking right backs and left backs, personally. Brazil's best right back since Cafu, 100%. Haney would beat Catterall if they fought quite comfortably, I think. Thoughts on Badir Hari? He was a good kickboxer, man. Bit of a head case, but good kickboxer. There was always talks of him turning to pro boxing, Badir Hari, but he never did. He must be like 40 now. 41, yeah, he's old. Or old for a kickboxer anyway. He hasn't won a fight since 2016. Crazy work. Yeah, I'm sure in Holland, yeah, but Badir Hari probably got links with those Moroccan sort of drug gangs, 100%. But he was a good fighter, from what little I know of him anyway. My favorite underrated fighter, I'm trying to think. I mean, underrated is perception, right? To a degree. Because I could think of fighters like the best fighter in the world, but if nobody else does, then I could say that I think everyone else is underrating the guy. My favorite underrated fighter. Underrated in terms of like I don't think people gave him the credit he deserved. Maybe Roman Gonzalez. But underrated in terms, it doesn't have to be like a great fighter, but just good to watch. We'd be talking about guys like Denis Lebedev, Marco Hook. I think that whole cruiserweight era, outside of Usyk, doesn't get the love it deserves, honestly. Because even like just before Usyk, there were so many great fights at cruiserweight. Like we mentioned earlier, Lebedev versus Guillermo Jones, just one example. Steve Cunningham versus Thomas Adamek. Like we had so many great fights at cruiserweight. David Hay versus Jean-Marc Mormec. There were so many great fights at cruiserweight, great knockouts as well. Yeah, Bradis is a bit underrated, I think. In terms of the issue with Bradis was he was always hot and cold. But I think the natural skill and talent was always there. Plus, he had power as well. Most cruiserweights would beat most heavyweights today. Yeah, man. I mean, one of the best heavyweight knockouts I've seen was I'll always go back to it, was Briedis against Manuel Char. That back foot uppercut, he threw the uppercut on the back foot and knocked the guy clean out. Genuinely one of the most picturesque knockouts I've seen was Briedis over Manuel Char. Because like throwing an uppercut off the back foot and generating power, just try and do it shadow boxing. Try and throw an uppercut backing up shadow boxing. Like, it's hard to get the feet right, to get power into it, to land it. It's just a crazy knockout. Crazy knockout, man. Yep, cruiserweight in the 2010s was the most even division in boxing. 100%, man. You had some really like Usyk like dominates the conversation, and rightly so. But take Usyk out of it, you had Lebedev, Gassiev, Marco Hook, Christoph Lodashik, Jacob Fragameni, Guillermo Jones, fucking Rakim Shakayev, Steve Cunningham, Thomas Adamek. Who was that Cuban fella who fought out of Germany? Uh, Hernandez. Fucking what's his face? The Turkish guy. Not Sefa Seferi. Firat Arslan. Ola Afalabi. There were so many good fighters. So many evenly matched fights. Dorticos. Bro, the cruiserweight division in those days, so many great fights. I remember when Marco Hook went up to heavyweight and fought Povetkin. That was a great fight. It was a close fight as well, by the way. That was a close fight as well. But like Steve Cunningham was a really good cruiserweight back in those days. Steve Cunningham was a really good cruiserweight. You had even people like Wayne Braithwaite from back in those days. But Rakim Shakayev was another one. He was one of those guys back in those days who like stereotypical Russian looking dude, like looked mean as fuck. He could punch, but his chin was crap. But he made for some really good fights. He made for some really, really good fights. Like one of my fighters back in those days to watch was that big fucking Russian cunt, Dmitry Kudryashov. Do you guys remember him? He had like crazy power, like insane power, but he just couldn't hold a shot. He couldn't hold a shot. Yeah, Ofalabi was decent. I felt he should have maybe won one of the Huck fights. Possibly. It's been a long time since I've seen him, so I'll take that back. But nah, there was a lot of good fighters back then. I think it was Juan Pablo Hernandez. Yeah, Juan Pablo Hernandez. Didn't Cunningham beat him? Pretty certain. No, he beat Cunningham, sorry. He beat Cunningham a couple of times. And he beat Alexeyev. I remember him as well. You had also, of course, how could we forget? We had Enzo Macronelli in that cruiserweight division as well in the late 2010s. Sorry, the late 2000s, early 2010s. I remember as well when that random German dude came over and fucking banjoed Enzo. His name was like Robert Frankel or something, and he never fought again afterwards. It was crazy. Adamek was a good one as well. Yeah, Jean-Marc Mormec. Yeah, another good cruiserweight. Yeah, cruiserweight, like pound for pound, has been honestly one of the most entertaining divisions in boxing. It's just not a sexy division in terms of like Western eyes, Western audiences. It's changed a little bit for a while with Usyk and even like Bellew to a lesser degree. It brought more eyes on it, but overall, it's always been a division that that hasn't attracted the eyes. Unfortunately, that's why I loved Box Nation back in the day, because Box Nation would show these cards in Germany or in Russia that had these cruiserweight fights. Yeah, and that Frankel guy retired after. I don't know why. I don't know why you would retire after that sort of win. So yeah, he went 23-0 when he knocked out Enzo in 2010, September 2010, and he never fought after that. By the way, he's only 41 now. He's only 41 now. And in 2010, he knocked out Enzo. So he would have been 25 then when he knocked out Enzo. So how good would that guy have been? Who knows? Apparently, this is what I've read on the boxing forum. Apparently, he quit boxing because of depression. Some people say he retired because of contract disputes. But no, watch that Frankel knockout over Enzo. That's brutal. Kalle Sauerland said in an interview that Frankel had serious mental health problems and ended up committing a serious crime and got sent to a mental hospital. That's crazy. But yeah, no, he could whack. He could punch. He could punch. But yeah, it's kind of shocking that he's only 41 now. That's what kind of surprised me. Like he was just sort of turning 25 when he knocked out Enzo. So listen, I know Enzo had a glass chin, but like who knows what he could have done. How does Opataya fare if he moves up to heavyweight? I think he's got skills to like give guys issues, but that's all I'll say so far. I would need to see him in there with a durable heavyweight before I could say personally. I don't think he'd do as well as a guy like Usyk, obviously, but you know, these a lot of guys are going to be retiring in the next 12 to 18 months. Guys like Fury, AJ, Wilder, Usyk himself. So you never know, things could open up. You don't know what things are going to look like in 12, 18 months' time. So I'd be interested to see how he looks, put it that way. I think he'll be an interesting addition, certainly. Kalle Sauerland said that Frankel was training for a comeback, but ended up arrested after being sectioned. Okay, big shame. How recent was this, Paolo the Geek? Was this a long time ago? I'm kind of interested. But yeah, even like if we got a fight like Frankel versus Hook, that would have been a great fight. How would a prime David Hay? How would a prime David Hay have fared if he took part in the cruiserweight world boxing super series? I don't think he beats Usyk personally. I think he's dangerous early on against Usyk. But the longer that fight goes, the worse it goes for David Hay because Usyk's the type of guy who makes you think, who makes you move, who makes you react. And David Hay never had a great gas tank. So David Hay's got to get that done in 5. And he's dangerous in 5. But I think Usyk navigates it, then starts to outbox him, maybe stops him late. Outside of Usyk, who was in that tournament? I think he beats Vladashik. I need to see who was in the tournament. I'm taking it. Hang on. Okay. So he beats Vladashik. He beats Mike Perez. He beats Dmitry Kudryashov. He certainly beats that version of Hook. I think he beats Gassiev. Yeah, he'll beat Gassiev. And he should beat Dorticos. Briadis? Briadis? Oh, I don't know about that one, though. Does he beat Briadis? Briadis wasn't hard, like it wasn't easy to catch him clean like when he was on it. Do you know what? I think David Hay has a serious chance in every single one of those fights, aside from Usyk, basically. I might slightly favour Briadis over him, but I'm not sure about that. Again, I would worry about David Hay later on in that fight. Okay, so it was a long time ago. Okay. That's a shame. Like, you see these sort of random fighters just never fight again. It's crazy. Retire out of nowhere. But yeah, that knockout he scored over Enzo was fucking brutal. That might have been Enzo's worst knockout he suffered as well. Bear in mind, he got knocked out by Lebedev. He obviously got knocked out by David Hay. The Alexander Frankel knockout might have been the worst one, if memory serves me correct. Was there any more brutal than the Alexander Frankel knockout? He got knocked out by Afolabi as well, right? Or am I tripping? Did Enzo get knocked out by Afolabi? I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Let's have a look. Enzo Macronelli. Let's look at his career. Yeah, he did. He did. He did. He did. Yeah. I thought. Yeah, I thought so. I need to rewatch this Enzo knockout against Frankel. I need to remind myself of it. It was round 7, I think. Let's have a look. Where are we in the fight? Let's see if this guy gets splattered. See how bad it is. Oh yeah, fucking perfect counter left hook. Neck fucking went on the bottom rope as he dropped. He's beaten the count though. He's beaten the count. He beat the count. That'd be stopped today, right then and there. Left hook, right hand. Oh my, he's out cold, bro. That's a dirty knockout. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's a bad knockout. That's worse than I remember. Watch that again. I'm not gonna lie. It was a left hook, right hand, left hook that finished him, and he just went down so fast. It's crazy. Like recovery position knockout. That is fucking hell. I want to see the Ofalabi knockout now. Hang on, I forgot the Ofalabi one. Ofalabi. So this Enzo fight, this Enzo versus Ofalabi fight, this was on the undercard of Amir Khan against Marco Antonio Barrera. It's still crazy to me that Barrera's on Khan's resume. No disrespect to Khan. Khan was a good fighter, but still doesn't sit right with me. I can't lie. It doesn't sit right with me. I'm trying to see this fucking knockout. Enzo's got that David Price thing about him where it will always be entertaining to see this guy get knocked out. I always forget Amir Khan beat Barrera for some reason. It's like a fight I don't think about. It's a fight. So Macronelli on the scorecards here, Jim Watts cards, he's won every single round. Well, he's not won every round, but he's well ahead after 8 rounds. So he's winning the fight, and we'll see him get splattered. That's actually a good shout. I reckon going forwards, if when we stream again, we should do some watch-alongs and like score some controversial fights on YouTube. Like you guys can score with me. Or just watch random fights, like random ass fights. Like maybe we could score controversial fights, or maybe we can watch fights of underrated fighters, like we was talking about earlier. Because I could easily do a screen share, I think, and you guys can see the fight as well that I'm watching. I think that would be an interesting idea, where we can just chop it up while we're watching it, kind of thing. Yeah, it's a brutal overhand right by Afolabi. Enzo's laid on his back. He's trying to beat the count. He's on wobbly legs like a giraffe. That's been hit by a tranquilizer. The referee waves it off. Terry O'Connor. There we go. But no, I feel like a fight watch along kind of show would be interesting. I don't know how we would do it. We would either do it as in we rewatch controversial fights that are deemed controversial by the public, and we score them, or we could mix it up, I guess. But like we could also watch fights from like underrated fighters or fighters who are not as like mainstream. I don't know how I would do it, or maybe just for my own sake, maybe watch fights that I haven't seen before, because there's still a hell of a lot of fights I've not seen. You know, when boxing fans say, "Oh, I've seen this fight, I've seen that fight," there's not enough time in the day. So like maybe I watch fights that I haven't seen. Yeah, like Hagler Leonard is a good example. Like we could do something like that. But I think a fight watch along sort of stream would be interesting. I feel like though with a fight watch along stream, I feel like I'd want somebody to bounce off, pause. I'd like to be on with somebody, to be honest, to make it a bit more like interactive, I guess. Um, the only thing I would say about the fight watch alongs, I wouldn't want to watch any fights prior to the 70s because I don't know. I'm just not. I'm not all that interested, to be honest. It'd be 70s onwards. So, for example, there's still some Salvador Sanchez fights I haven't seen. For example, like that I'd like to watch at some point. Just like that's an example, just one example. But I think that'll be interesting. And maybe we could do it for like we could run a poll for what fights to watch, and you know we could make something of it. We could, because copyright's not really a problem, because it could just be like a watch once and done stream. So I just don't keep it up, and whoever's here live is here live kind of thing. I think that would be quite fun to do, like genuinely quite fun to do. So I've been thinking about like the boxing channel is always on the back of my mind, but it's been on the back of my mind for like the last 4 years. I would like to actually do something with this channel, and I'm taking it for granted because I'll say it will always be here, but I probably should bite the bullet and do something with it at some point. What fight would I pick first? Um, I think it's safe to start with a classic or something, man. Honestly, I think it's safe to start with a classic. Or maybe no, maybe not. Maybe we go through like some obscure, random, not obscure. That's the wrong word, but like a random sort of heavyweight title fight. You know, like a Mike Weaver fight or something like that. Just something random. Because a lot of those guys in the '80s era, who's not Mike Tyson, I haven't done a great deal of time watching. So guys like Mike Weaver or Pinkland Thomas, for example, I haven't spent a great deal of time watching those sort of guys, and Michael Dokes, Bone Crusher Smith, those sort of guys. Maybe one of those sort of random 80s heavyweight title fights not involving Mike Tyson. Yeah, the controversial one's always going to be is always going to be a good shout. Pacquiao Mayweather, I don't want to see that fight again, honestly. Yeah, I'd like to rewatch a lot of Larry Holmes fights. I think I've watched most of Larry's big fights. I think I've watched all his world title fights. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So, like one fight we could watch. Speaking of Larry Holmes, maybe a fight like the Tim Witherspoon fight, for example. That might be worth watching and scoring because some people had that as controversial. When I watched it, and it was many, many, many years ago, I don't think I had it as controversial personally. Yeah, the Spinks fights are both good shouts. The Spinks fights are good shouts. Calzaghe Hopkins, it's not a good fight, but it was deemed controversial by like the public. Me personally, I don't think that fight was controversial. I felt one guy was trying to fight, the other wasn't, and he should have been deducted points. Plus, he was outlanded pretty significantly as well. I don't think that fight was controversial personally. Calzaghe Hopkins. I don't think it was all that controversial. I don't think you can score and reward those type of tactics personally. I don't think you can do it. You remember thinking that Spinks just edged the first and Holmes got robbed in the second. So they're good fights to do. So maybe we would start with Larry Holmes. Maybe we would start with Larry Holmes. Okay, I'm going to do something, guys. I'm going to do something. This is just a test, by the way. I'm not doing this now. I want you guys to. So I'm watching the So it's Enzo Macronelli versus fucking Ola Ofalabi. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to test this now. I'm going to let it run for 20 odd seconds, and I want you guys to tell me how it's looking. How does it run on the stream? Like, bear in mind this is an old fight and it's choppy, but like, how's it looking? Like, is it like playing in decent speed? Like, it's choppy anyway because it's an old fight, but how is it looking? How is it not looking? But is it stuttery or? How's it looking? I'll let it run a bit longer because I want to see we can do this first before we make promises. It's running okay. It's decent enough, isn't it? It's decent enough. Thing is, though, like, can you hear the sound? Can you hear the sound?
You can see McInerney's teeing up the right hand. He's just taking his time, as you must do. This kind of backhanded jab.
Like, would you guys want the commentary sound or not? I don't know whether I can get it to work on StreamYard. You can now. You can hear the sound. So, like, would you guys want the sound, though?
Raised in London, but based in California more recently. Says he might come home if he wins tonight. Gets it with the right hand there, that landed around the temple area and just promotes into trouble.
Bro, Ian Dark was such a good commentator, by the way.
Finding the target is the first job.
Yeah, I've lowered it. I've lowered it. But oh, you want me to lower it? Okay. I feel like you want the sound a little bit of the fight, but not too much, right?
Some body shots, but a cool head, and don't look for power too
early. Okay, I think that's a great idea. I think we'll do that at some point. We'll do a score. We'll do a fight watch along. Yeah, Jim Watt was a good commentator. Okay, so no, we can do it. We can do it. I'm not gonna like play this fight, by the way. I just wanted to test we could do it. So we can do it. That's sick. We can do it. We can do it. Okay, that's a good idea then. At some point then we'll do that. We'll do like a fight watch along kind of thing. We'll do like a fight watch along. And how I'll do it, I don't know. Like maybe it's going to be different things at different times. Maybe we can go, like one day we can watch a couple of fights that are deemed as controversial. Another day maybe watch fights I haven't seen. Then maybe we could just watch classic great fights. Just random shit, you know, we can do what we want with it. So, yeah, definitely be looking at that going forwards. 100%. Like maybe we could do like an hour talking about current boxing. Then we could do some watch alongs or whatever. Just want to do things to mix it up, kind of thing. And this has been my first stream forever anyway. So, like, I think my first stream since January or something like that. So, I think anyway. It's been a while. When was my last live? No, I did one for the Tyson Fury card. And before that, it was one at the start of the year. So this is my third live stream of the year, guys. It's my third live stream of the year. Tyson Holyfield. Yeah, I'll do anything, man. I'll do anything. We'll do anything, man. I mean, like, copyright is what it is. Like, copyright, you're not really going to get nuked for it. Like, the stream's just going to get demonetized. I don't think I monetize for streams anyway. So who cares? It gives a fuck. The only thing about those sorts, so yeah, I haven't got monetization on this stream. So the only issue will be is keeping them up. So it might just have to be like a one and done thing. So if you're here live, you're here live. But if not, I can't do much about it, kind of thing. Because I won't be able to keep it up, because if it gets copyright striked, I'll have to take it down. So it's going to be one of them things. It'll be okay when it's live, but once it's like published, it's going to be cooked. So with the older fights, I don't think you'd have to worry about it too much. You're probably right, but you never know with YouTube, honestly. You never know. Like, we should do a fucking like Word to Nordic Warrior. We should have a Sven Otkay fucking fight marathon. That's what we should do. A Sven Otkay fight marathon where we have to watch at least 5 Sven Otkay fights. That could be a shout though, because Sven-Otke had controversial fights in the eyes of like the boxing fraternity. So maybe we go through some controversial Sven-Otke fights. What do you reckon? What's up, Albanian boxer? Not seen you in a while, man. Hopefully you're well. But yeah, Chris Congo got knocked out by a guy who was like 1-20 or something like that. So yeah, he had a massive fall off. What's happening with fucking Florian Marku? I've not heard that name in so long. Has Florian Marku fought since then? See, I didn't mind Florian Marku personally. I thought he was kind of fun. Yeah, he hasn't fought since 2024, since he lost to Chris Congo. Hang on, did Florian Marku go to prison? He did, yeah, he did. He went to prison. Yeah, those Albanians, I wouldn't fuck with them. See, I would have thought having Florian Marku on a card, he does bring something because he sells tickets. Like if you see an Albanian fighter in the UK or like a fighter with Albanian heritage, those guys sell tickets. They always do. But apparently, okay, so he was arrested in Germany for gun crime. He's on house arrest in Greece and has a fight coming from inside sources. Yeah, bro, Florian Marku. You can tell that guy's gully though, innit? Like he's not somebody you'd want to fuck with. You can just tell, innit? Yeah, I think Florian was in boxing to try and get that sort of payday and dip, personally. I think he was in boxing to get that sort of payday and dip, but yeah, listen. Florian Marku was fun, but he was limited. He was limited. But he was fun, like I said. He was fun. But you know, he found his level, He found his level. But I don't mind him. Adam Maka, yeah, Adam Maka, he's a young prospect at Matchroom. To say he's better than Nick Bulvo, like that's a big statement. That's a big statement. Maka's like what 5 fights in, and Nick Bull's been a world champion, and fair enough, he got stopped in his last fight, but he's been a world champion and he's been in there with some good people. And by the way, I did pick Figueroa to beat Nick Bull. Not by knockout as such, fair enough, but I did pick Figueroa to beat Nick Bull. Just saying. Because I always felt that was just such a risky voluntary defense. Such a risky defense. Now, Marku had more skill than Babic. Babic was terrible, honestly. Marku did try to think about what he was doing in there. He did try to set things up, but he was just 2 one-punch at a time. Marku was just fucking caveman style. Sorry, yeah, Babic was caveman style, but Marku did try to set things up. He did try to take his time. He did try to like box. Yeah, I know what you're saying, though, John. I know what you're saying. In terms of popularity, yeah, I get you. Yeah, Babic, bro. When you get knocked out by Johnny Fisher in a round, it's time to reevaluate. Yeah, I was at Dubois versus Gorman, and like 8,000 Albanians suddenly appeared for Marku's fight at like 4 p.m. and then left immediately after. He wasn't even as known much back then, and he still pulled a crowd. Yeah, he can flog tickets. Like if the UK promoters could still use him, they would. He could really shift some tickets. Nah, Babic is rubbish, man. He's rubbish. But he made a few quid, I'm sure. How much do you reckon he made in his little run from when he got like hyped up by Matchroom? How much do you think he made in that little run? So have a look at Alan Babic. I'm always like curious to know how much these boxers earn on these sort of Matchroom UK shows. Because I listened to an interview with Dennis Hobson, and he said that Dave Allen got like 100 grand, I think, for the Fraser Clark fight. Obviously, he takes it out and whatnot, but I thought that was quite a high purse for a Fraser Clark fight, 100 grand. But anyway, so like Alan Babic from, let's say, Sean Del Terrell Winters onwards to Johnny Fisher, his last fight. So that is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10. That's 11 fights in a 4-year span. And like the Sean Del Terrell Winters fight was when like he was starting to become a bit hyped. I'd like to know how much money he would have made in that spell there. You reckon $500,000? That's what I was kind of thinking as well. So if he's actually earned $500,000 in those 4 years, don't get me wrong, there's like expenses, there's tax, but that's way more than his ability should allow. So if he's like come out of that more or less being able to buy a house, more or less, then he's done well. Honestly, he's done well, considering his ability. That's what Dennis Hobson was saying. Like he was saying that. So he done an interview with Porky, and Dennis Hobson basically said, because he was basically crying that Dave Allen left him afterwards. He was basically saying that another fight was offered to Dave Allen. I think it was Fabio Wardley, and he was offered 60k to fight Wardley. But he took the Fraser Clark fight instead. That was offered for 100k. That's what Dennis Hobson said. I'm just saying what he said. Like, I'm not. It could be bullshitting. It could be nonsense, but did Dennis McCann disappear to Epstein's Island? He's out of here, bro. He's out of here. It's been 2 years as well, right, since he got busted. So, like, I'd like to know, for example, I'm always curious about these sort of purses. So, like, like Dave Allen when he fought Makhmudov, how much would he have got paid? I don't know why. I'm just curious. Like, how much do you think Dave Allen got paid for Makhmudov? bear in mind he was headliner. It's not the same guy when he was fighting the likes of Luis Ortiz for $9,000. Like, how much do you reckon he got paid for Makhmudov? See, like, I would say maybe, I don't know, 250, couple hundred. You think he got about 300? I would say about 250, yeah. So when you think about it, like we say about Dave Allen, like, but if he's making that sort of money, I know he's taking punishment in return, but if he's making that sort of money, then as much as I like criticize him, fair play, I suppose. Fair play. Yeah, big up Albanian Boxer. Yeah, Ultratech's a great channel, by the way. Ultratech is one of the GOATs. I've been following Ultratech for years, man. He's one of the GOATs. He's been doing it a long time as well, Ultratech. A long, long time. He's been doing it since, like, Boxing Gossip days. Ultratech and Boxing Gossip used to have, like, they used to do, like, like joint streams way back in the day. Yeah, listen, Dave Allen in that Makhmudov fight did as well as I was expecting. In fact, low key, he did better than I was expecting. I felt Makhmudov was going to stop him personally, but I do think Hrgovic will stop him. He throws a lot more punches than Makhmudov, and yeah, he's not as heavy-handed, but it's that he throws more. He's fitter, and he's more durable. So with Makhmudov, at least there was always a chance that maybe Dave Allen could land that shot, but Hrgovic actually has a really good chin. He's got a really good chin. Like, yeah, he got stopped by Dubois, but he never got dropped, to my recollection. And, you know, let's be honest, Dubois was resorting to a lot of headbutting in that fight. Most world champions don't get 300k a fight. No way Dave got that. Well, it was an arena. He was headliner. And it was sold out, right? It was sold out. So I think 300k is in the ballpark. I think it's in the ballpark. I do. I think it's in the ballpark. And he's not like we're thinking of ability, like he's not even domestic level in actuality. He's not going to be a British champion. Like, there's no way on God's green earth he beats like Riakpur, who's got the British title, but he's drawing more than most British champions. That's for reality. He's got a bigger profile than most British champions. Like, I said about 250 for the Makhmudov fight. I think it's in and around that. Personally, in and around 250 would be what I would say. I would guess that personally. I don't think that's a million miles away. Like I said, this was a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was, and Hobson said that Allen got paid 100k for fucking Fraser Clark. Which is kind of insane. I thought that was insane. Like, if I had to guess, like, let's say Dennis Hobson's right and he got paid 100k for Fraser Clark. If I were to guess, what do you think he got paid for this fight? I would say, like, high end, maybe 40k or something, 40, 45k. But yeah, about 100k for Fraser Clark was good money. And like John said, yeah, fair enough. You got to take the expenses out. Pay your trainer, pay your corner, pay the tax. But, you know, if Dave Allen's walking away with like 55k, about 100k, Like, that's a year's salary for most people, for more than most people. But yeah, you know, there's a reason why people say, like, Dave Allen, he's got multiple houses in Doncaster. I know it's Doncaster, I get it, but like, you still got to have the money. Bro, I've never watched Pokemon, even when I was a kid. I never watched it. Genuinely. I know Pikachu, I know Ash, I know fucking Squirtle. That's about it. I can't go any further than that. Charmander or Charmander, maybe. See, back in my day, man, if you played Pokemon, you'd get bullied. Like, when I was at school, like, if you played Pokemon, you'd get bullied. If you played Yu-Gi-Oh, or as we called it, Yu-Gi-Oh, you would get fucking bullied. Like, if you played anything like that, you would get bullied. But now it's like mainstream, isn't it? It's like, it was mainstream back then, it was popular back then, but if you was a kid and you played that shit, you'd get bullied. It's crazy how things change. Like, you was bullied to not like that sort of anime shit back in my day. If you was for example, if you was an anime kid back in my day, you would genuinely be bullied. But now, like, you got grown ass adults watching that shit. It's crazy. Bring back bullying, man. Make bullying great again. It's crazy. It's crazy. We got grown ass motherfuckers like watching cartoons and that. Like, fair enough, a comedy cartoon, I get it, but like, bro, we got grown ass fucking people watching like cartoons that are not comedy, that are supposed to have like a story. It's like, come on, man, what's going on here? See, no, genuinely. When I was a kid, I was always a weirdo. Like, I never watched many cartoons. The cartoons I watched as a kid, like, primarily was The Simpsons. And when I got a bit older, it was like Family Guy and South Park. But I genuinely never watched like cartoons. I can't think of any I genuinely watched. I'm trying to think. Like, the only one I can remember would be Cramp Twins way back in the day. If anyone remembers that on in the UK was Cramp Twins. I remember watching that, but that's the only one. There was things like Ed, Ed and Eddie, but that was never on the channels I had as a kid. Like, as a kid, I basically had terrestrial TV, and that was it. A Freeview box. Yeah, Fairly Odd Parents. I do remember that. Yeah, me too, Paolo. Yeah, Beyblade was was called Gayblade. Yeah. Same around here, bro. Yeah, I agree, Paolo. Adults who love Harry Potter, the scourge of the earth. Yeah, I'd put these people into some kind of camp, honestly. I agree. See, I've never heard of Johnny Bravo, bro. I've never heard of Johnny Bravo. Fuck is Johnny Bravo? I recognize the guy in it. See, do you know what cartoon I really liked as a kid? It's not a kid's cartoon, but I always used to really like Beavis and Butthead. I haven't watched it since I was a kid. I liked King of the Hill as well. Futurama was low-key pretty lit as well. Do they still make Beavis and Butthead? I don't think they do, right? They can't make it anymore, surely. They had 8 seasons. No, but hang on. They are making it. They redone it. So okay. Apparently they kind of continued it again. Beavis and Butthead. That shit started in 1993. That's insane. So I always thought the most underrated of, like the more mature cartoons. I thought the most underrated one was American Dad. I don't want to go. I don't want to be that guy who says, "Oh, do you know what? American Guy was better than Family Guy," because I think a prime Family Guy was better. But I feel like American Dad is more consistent. Personally, I don't know about. I don't know about like the more modern American Dad episodes. But I thought American Dad was low-key underrated. Yeah, I feel you, London Chef. I feel you. Yeah, the first sort of 5-6 seasons of The Simpsons, maybe up to season 10, maybe, were sick, man. Like the old school, like Treehouse of Horror episodes. Like Simpsons was fucking good. Like genuinely good. King of the Hill is decent, yeah. King of the Hill is decent. Family Guy kind of fell off after what? Season 6 or 7, maybe? Like Family Guy was good. It was good, but there was a stage where it was massive. Like when I was at school in particular, I felt was Family Guy's peak. Like sort of 08, 09, 2010 time. I feel like that's when Family Guy was at its peak in those sort of times. Because it was massive back then. Yeah, bro. Simpsons at 6 after News Round, bro. You're basically my age, man. You must be my age or similar. Because Simpsons was on. Was Simpsons on Channel 4? Or was it on BBC? I remember the News Round shit. I remember News Round. I used to watch News Round first. And then it was The Simpsons. But I'm pretty sure The Simpsons was Channel 4, was it not? Yeah, Channel 4, yeah. See, bruh. So, like, there was always Simpsons on terrestrial TV as well. And they just used to replay, like, the same episodes. But those were the days, man. Those were the days. So when I was a kid, I just had like Freeview basically. We never had Sky or anything like that. Because Family Guy and American Dad, that was on. I want to say it was on BBC Three or ITV2, one of those two channels. I forget which it was on. But yeah, we only had terrestrial TV back in those days. Freeview. My parents still only have basically like the basic shit on TV. There we go. Yeah. So you're more or less my age, I think, then, because you remember the same shit. Yeah. When he grabbed the Statue of Liberty candy off her ass. Yeah, that's a really good episode. That's a really good episode. I like the Sideshow Bob one where they recreate Cape Fear. That's a good episode as well. That's a good episode as well, man. But now Simpsons back then was goated. I still can't believe they make both. Like, who watches The Simpsons now? Like, honestly, who still watches it? It's in season 37. It's in season 37. Wild, man. It's wild. Yeah, pure nostalgia, bro. Like, I miss those days, man. Like, back in those days, even though, like, I only had, like, Freeview, it felt like there was so much more to watch than there is now. When we have access to everything now. It's crazy, isn't it? Scorpio episode is up there as well. Hank fucking Scorpio, yeah. That's a great episode. That's up there. Yeah, that's up there for me. That's a great episode. We all want to be Frank Scorpio or work for Frank Scorpio. That's a great episode. But I'm the same, John. I don't watch TV now either. I just watch I watch shit online and that's it. You know? I watch online content and that's pretty much it. I liked the Simpsons episode as well. You know where they found the body as well, where Homer finds the body when he was a kid. But nah, the Simpsons back then was sick. I liked all the shit though. Simpsons, Family Guy. Yeah, I mean, I moan about people's attention span, but even me, man, there's just nothing that holds my attention. I've watched maybe in the last 15 years, and this is not an exaggeration. To my recollection, I've seen 2 series from start to finish. One was The Walking Dead, and that took me a span of literally 15 years, by the way, because I started it, stopped it, started it, stopped it. Then I'd done a massive rewatch, like the start of end of last year, early this year, and I finally watched all The Walking Dead. And aside from that, it's been Narcos, and that's it. I've watched 2 whole series in like 16, 15 years, whatever. In my life, genuinely, I've watched 2 seasons or 2 series all the way through. I like Narcos, that was good. Walking Dead started good, but it tailed off. Walking Dead season 1, like I watched it again, like I say, end of last year, start of this year. Walking Dead season 1, genuinely a great season of TV, like really, really good. But it just got silly quick, innit? Like, it just got silly quick. Like, it's the dumb decisions and shit like that that really gets to me. the dumb decisions. And after a certain point in time in Walking Dead, most people are going to give it up. Like I struggled on the last few seasons. I really did. I don't even know why I watched them all, but I did. But I struggled. The only good thing about Walking Dead after a certain amount of time is Negan, the main villain. But outside of Negan, like those episodes are so hard to watch. Like he's a great character in like shit seasons, basically shit episodes. Yeah, I've been meaning to. So, like, I don't do New Year's resolutions, but that's something that I've been trying to force myself to do, and I haven't done it. To tell you the truth, last time I watched, I read a. See, I said watched. That's a. Well, that's very telling. But last time I read a book was probably at school. Genuinely. Well, no, that's a lie. That's a lie. I read Gulag Archipelago on and off for like over a span of like 6 months. But that's not. I don't feel like that really counts. Like reading a book over 6 months, that doesn't really count. Anybody that you would like to see get KO'd can be anybody. I don't really care enough, honestly. I don't really care enough, but maybe it could be anyone prominent who I don't like particularly support. Could be anyone. Could be Haney. Could be Tyson Fury. So we need to pick somebody who's not been knocked out. So it could be a Fury. It could be a Haney. Outside of that, I mean, I don't really care, honestly. I don't really care. See, I don't care enough about Gervonta Davis. I don't care. Like, to me, he's like a retired fighter. It's like, he's, regardless of what happens with Gervonta from here, like, he's not going to be considered anything special when it's all said and done. He's wasted too much time. Do you know what I mean? He's wasted too much time. I don't think it matters whether he gets splattered or not. Personally, I don't think it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter whether Tyson Fury gets knocked out at this stage, but like, I mean, maybe Tank Davis for the fan reaction, I suppose, but because that'll be fun, that'll be entertaining. But outside of that, I mean, I don't really view boxing that way anymore, guys. I can't lie. I don't really view boxing that way anymore. I'm not as invested as I used to be. I'll like the fights that I like. I'll get interested in the fights that I'm interested in, like a Wardley versus Dubois. But I'm not that I'm not at that same sort of hardcore level that I was a few years ago. Because back in the day, I used to make videos on random ass cards, random ass fights, random ass prospects, because I enjoyed it. Like I genuinely enjoyed it. But I don't know. Like, do you know what it is for me? Like, it's been post pandemic. I feel like the pandemic did something to my enjoyment of boxing. It hasn't quite been the same ever since, to me. Don't get me wrong, there's been fights that I've loved, that I've been on the edge of my seat for. I've really enjoyed. There's been fights that I've looked forward to. It's not that I don't like boxing. I still love boxing, but it just hasn't quite been the same for me personally. It hasn't quite been the same. And maybe that's just me getting older. Maybe that's life's priorities getting in the way, or the stresses of life getting in the way. I don't know, man, but like I've always had stresses, and I don't know, I just don't have that same level of enthusiasm that I once did. I don't know whether that's because I've become jaded with the product, or I've seen too much that I don't like. I don't know why. I can't really put my finger on it, genuinely. I can't really put my finger on it. I think it's more than that, John, though, for me, man. I don't feel boxing has that same level of magic anymore. Like from a UK perspective, I'm trying to give you an example. You know, like, do you remember like the build-up for Errol Spence versus Kell Brook? How intriguing it was, for example. I just don't feel like we really get nights like that anymore. We get big fights, but like really big fights. Like Eubank versus Ben is a great example. It was a really big fight. And I was looking forward to it more than most. The first fight in particular. Just the first fight, really. But it didn't have that same level of intrigue. I don't know. Boxing's largely been garbage post-pandemic. It really doesn't feel like we've had a super fight in a long, long time. That's what I'm saying. So Crawford versus Canelo, it drew a lot of interest. Number one, because it wasn't pay-per-view. And it was on the biggest platform in the world. It did huge numbers. And it trended on social media. But for whatever reason, to me, it still didn't feel big. I can't explain why, but to me, it still didn't feel big. It didn't feel significant. Do you know what I mean? It didn't feel significant. Like, I grew up watching Pacquiao and Mayweather. Like, when those guys had fights booked, it felt big. Even when, like, maybe this has to be pure perception, because even when Mayweather fought, I'll give you an example, like Robert Guerrero, for some reason that fight felt bigger than give me I don't know, fucking most of Canelo's recent fights. You think Pac versus Floyd had everybody in suspense for so long that after it was done, people felt burnt and never loved the sport quite the same since? People always talk about Mayweather-Pacquiao being a factor. I certainly think that hurt the casual fan base for a while. But I don't know. There's something more to it, man. There's something more to it, in my opinion. And I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, the Saudi investment has saturated things a bit. I think so. I think that's certainly part of it. But it was before the Saudis become involved that I started feeling this way, to be fair. But I don't think that's helped. I feel like Saudi's involvement has diluted the schedule a little bit. Certainly in the last couple of years prior, because we had these big Saudi cards with all these fights on, but it kind of like threads out the rest of the schedule. Yeah, people don't fight regular anymore. Yeah. But that's why I got a shout out anyway for last year, having 4 fights. You know, that's rare, especially for an undisputed champion having 4 fights. I think he had 4 fights, right? I'm sure he did. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, catchweight fights. I feel exactly the same. Pre-2020, I used to stay up stupid o'clock to watch absolute degenerate fights on Andrade versus Carlton Duckworth, shit like that. That's what Me too, bro. Me too. I would stay up for the most rancid ass fights with the worst undercards. Like killing myself to watch these fucking bullshit fights. And now, bro, sometimes I struggle to stay up for a UK main event. Honestly, it's crazy. Maybe it's just because I'm getting older, but I still don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. Honestly, the last fight, I think the last fight I had like a genuine big fight feel for. I got it for Usyk Fury 1. I did get it for Usyk Fury 1, personally. Like, I was hyped for that fight. And, you know, that was one of the rare occasions where you're hyped for a fight and it actually delivered. It was a much better fight than I thought it would be. I was hyped just because I wanted to see Usyk complete boxing. But the fight itself was that delivered as well. To me, that was like the last big fight that felt like a big fight, and it was a big fight that delivered. Second fight, not so much. Second fight wasn't great to watch. But yeah, I would say in terms of like being crazy excited for a big fight, I think Usyk Fury 1 was the last time I was like really excited. Don't get me wrong, I've been excited for fights since, but I'm talking about a level of excitement that is exclusive for big fights. So look, I've been excited for a lot of fights, like recently Sugar Nunes versus Emmanuel Navarrete. I was really excited for that fight, for example. I'm excited for Wardley versus Dubois. But there's excited and there's big fight excitement. Do you know what I mean? Where, you know, it's a big fight where both guys finally get to the ring. The introductions have been done. Maybe there's been some fucking national anthems, and like they're finally facing off. The referee's reading the final instructions, and the bell's about to ring, and you get those sort of butterflies. Like Usyk Fury 1 was the last time I had that for a fight. You know, sometimes there's that one fight where you get those sort of butterflies, you get that anticipation, you get that feeling, like your heart's beating a bit quicker. You just feel it. You feel the electricity. Like Fury Usyk 1 was the last time I had that. Beterbiev Bivol is up there as well, actually. I take it back. Yeah, Beterbiev Bivol. And the second fight, to be fair, as well. Both Bivol Beterbiev fights I had it for. I can't lie. No, yeah, so I take it back. Both Bivol Beterbiev fights. But they're the last sort of fights I'm talking. They're the last fights where I had that sort of feeling. Because they're the sort of fights that you live for. Those are the sort of fights you want more of. But it's rarer and rarer I feel that way about a fight. I know there's only so many of those sort of fights you can make, because like a fight can be so I'll give you an example. Like Nakatani versus Inoue is a great fight, but I won't have that kind of feeling because it's not just that it's a great fight. It has to be a great fight with a lot on the line that also has to be at a certain like cultural level almost. I don't know. I can't explain it, man. I just get it for certain fights and others I don't. And I don't think I will get it for a fight like Inoue versus Nakatani. And I'm saying it's a great fight. It's a great fight. I feel like I might have had it more for Inoue versus Nakatani if Nakatani didn't look so bad in his last fight, because I felt he lost personally. If he beat Reyes like clearly or like not controversially, I feel like I'd feel different. Having said that, maybe the time comes and I get that feeling for that fight, possibly. See, I like to See, I'll say that. Oh yeah, fight's past its sell-by date, but if AJ Fury happens, I'll definitely get that sort of feeling. Yeah, that's true. It's past its best, but we'll all still have that sort of feeling about it if it happens. Yeah, that's a good point. The other day, my dad said, "Who's the biggest name in boxing at the moment?" And it made me realize I believe we're in a transition era. Yeah, because who is the biggest name in boxing right now? Who are the names you're going to mention? Canelo on the slide, mid-30s. Joshua on the slide, middling to late 30s. Tyson Fury on the slide, late 30s. If we're being kind, Usyk, late 30s, probably on the slide soon. So who is like the big name under 30 in boxing right now? Because even like Tank's 30 now. 30, 31, whatever he is. Who's the big name under 30 in boxing? Ryan Garcia, maybe? Ryan Garcia's always had the marketability. Like, and he's got a name, Ryan Garcia. But does Ryan Garcia have... Can we rely on Ryan Garcia to, number one, take the fights, to number two, it doesn't even matter whether he wins all these fights or not. It doesn't matter. Ryan Garcia has that luxury, in my opinion. He could do like a De La Hoya, but has he got the reliability to go through that gauntlet and fight tough fighters after tough fighters? I don't think he does. Like, he could do the De La Hoya route and he would make a shit ton of money. He would make a shit ton of money. The reality is this. Under 30, the only fighter, I repeat, the only fighter with any type of star power is Ryan Garcia. They can try as hard as they want with Devin Haney. The reality is the casuals will not watch. Guys want to see a knockout. Chicks want to see somebody they can, who they like to look at. It's not Devin Haney. It's not Shakur Stevenson. These guys... Listen, as boxing fans, we can appreciate certain styles and certain game plans, but casual fans can't. The Devin Haney project needs to end. It's damaging the sport. Remove his protection. Remove his favoritism in the sport politically. Same goes for Shakur Stevenson. I felt he was better against Teofimo, and I feel he's better than Devin Haney. But listen, he's good, Shakur. He's really good. But he's just really good. You can't build a sport around this guy. I'm sorry. He doesn't have the intelligence of a Mayweather to play the right buttons and push the right buttons and build himself into be like a heel. Like, he doesn't have the intelligence. He doesn't have the marketability. He doesn't understand how to get himself out there. Regardless of how good he is or how good he isn't, he will never be a star. That's just the truth. The only fighter under 30 who can do that is Ryan Garcia. Like it or lump it. He's the only one. He's the only one, in my opinion, who can carry shows, who can sell tickets, who can appeal to like the social media demographic, which is a new thing. He's the only one. In my opinion. Moses is talented, but does he sell? can he sell? In the UK, probably. If he keeps on winning and he looks good like he's been looking, I think he can do well in the UK. But we're talking about world boxing here. And for world boxing, you still got to crack America. Let's be honest. Like, you can make great money in the UK. Joshua's done so. Fury's done so. But if we're talking about like a global megastar, I don't think he's it. I don't think he's it. And to be a global megastar, the reality is, although America isn't as pivotal as it used to be in the boxing landscape, to be a global megastar, you still have to crack America to a degree. That's one thing Fury had over AJ. Like, you can argue who's bigger in the UK, but Fury's bigger in America. So I would say Fury's bigger overall. Do you know what I mean? What's up, Arnold? How you doing, bro? Conor Ben's the biggest heel in the sport. If he was smart, he'd use this heat in the way Floyd did. But the private school prick is still desperately trying to pretend he's an everyman. Listen, Conor Ben, I don't particularly like the guy, but I don't think he did a lot wrong in terms of taking the deal. We can argue about should he have called Eddie Hearn? Listen, the reality is Eddie Hearn threw O'Hara Davis under a bus for making comments about the Sun newspaper. Eddie Hearn's a piece of shit, so if you snake a piece of shit like Eddie Hearn, did Conor Ben really do anything wrong? And I say this as someone who doesn't like Conor Ben. I don't think he did. But if I was Conor Ben, I like you say, I would use this to really rile people up. I would try and be the heel. I would try and be the bad guy. I would try and get people to hate watch me. That's what I would do if I was Conor Ben. I would try and get people to hate watch me. If I was Conor Ben, I would go to Ireland and try and take that belt from Lewis Crocker. Make reference of his dad losing in Ireland. I know Steve Collins was from the Republic, but it's all the same, innit? Let's be honest. Just be a heel, man. Like, be a bad guy. That's what I would do if I was Conor. See, Ryan Garcia versus Conor Ben. Say what you want about that fight. That fight does big numbers. And here's the thing. I understand as a boxing fan, in terms of skill level, it's not the highest level fight out there. But in terms of hype, I'd actually be excited for that fight. That's a big fight feel fight, what we've been talking about. That's a fight that gives you that big fight feel. Big fight feel is not always... It doesn't always equate to highest skill level. It doesn't. And to me, that fight would have a big fight feel. That's the fight I want to see next for Ryan Garcia and Conor Ben. Personally. If I could pick any fight for either guy, it'd be Ryan Garcia versus Conor Ben. Forget Ryan Garcia versus Haney too. That can wait. I'd like to see that again as well, by the way. But I would have Ryan Garcia, Conor Ben next. That would feel like a big fight, I'm telling you. There'd be trash talk. There'd be back and forth. Both guys are aware of the current audience, like the younger generation. That would do well. That would do well. I think Ryan Garcia, by the way, based on Conor's last performance, based on both guys' last performances, I would take Ryan to take that kid apart personally, but it'd be a great build-up. So I would call myself, in my prime, a hardcore boxing fan when I was really into it. And I'm still into boxing, but we can talk about the technique and all this good stuff, but sometimes you just need that big fight feel. And I feel like that fight would deliver it. What's up, Seagar? How you doing, man? Haney screwed himself. He's got no fights. Laughing my ass off. He thought he was the A side for the Ryan fight, and he pretty much ducked the Rowley fight. Listen, man, Devin has lost his luster with like the media companies, and the reality is he was always a handpicked star by the establishment. They've realized he can't sell shit. They've realized he's incredibly unlikable. And they realize most people don't want to watch this guy fight. Devin Haney, to me, has always been a project fighter. I feel like he's always had the establishment on his side. He's been an establishment project. And that's not me saying he's a bad fighter, because I don't think he is. He's a good, solid boxer with a good jab. You know, he makes for most of his height and reach advantage. He makes for most of his size. He's a solid fighter. But if Devin Haney didn't have that level of protection that he did have, he wouldn't have got past Lomachenko. That's the reality. And maybe he'd have had a loss in Mexico as well. I don't know whether that's true. But he's Devin Haney. The casual boxing fans get kind of brushed aside by hardcore boxing fans as dumb, uneducated. But I feel like casual boxing fans, more than most boxing fans, they realize a fraudulent product when they see it, and he'll never go over. That's why Haney will never go over, because he can't get sold to the casuals. They realize he's a form of counterfeit to a degree. You know, he's a mainstream project. That's what Devin Haney is. He's a mainstream project. Like Jared said, and what Devin is Devin is Devin Alexander. That's what Devin Haney is. He's a good boxer. He's got some physical talent. He's got some natural ability. He's got a nice jab. And he can beat some good guys, but Devin Haney is Devin Alexander. That's what Devin Haney is. He might as well call him Devin Alexander Jr. from now on. That's what he is. He's just a good fighter. But for whatever reason, these execs in boxing and, these sanctioning bodies and these TV fucking companies, they want to act like it's 2008, 2009, 2010, where you can push these sort of negative boxers and do numbers. You can't anymore. You can't. It's not the Mayweather era anymore. That era is dead. It's dead. It's dead. It's like Shakur and Teo, that was a good fight to make. I'm glad it happened. And Shakur actually looked good. I don't think he was running. I enjoyed his performance, but the reality is casual fans won't. They won't. I don't think he ran like Haney did against Jose Ramirez, for example. When Haney fought Ramirez, that was disgraceful. I thought Shakur against Teo boxed a good fight. I enjoyed the display of boxing because that wasn't running, but the casual fans are not going to see it that way, guys. They're not. They ain't going to see it that way. He'll never go over. He'll have his fan base. But he'll never go over. Do I miss Golovkin fights? Do I miss Golovkin fights? I mean, considering the state of the middleweight division right now, I'd probably say yeah, but I lost all respect for Golovkin personally after the third Canelo fight. I felt he sold out. I felt he basically just laid down personally. Lost all respect for him. Same for Kovalev, taking that fight on like a couple of months' notice after that Yard fight, signing a rehydration clause. Haney is Broner without the funny absurdities. Well, Broner was more entertaining. I think Hatman described it well when he said watching fighters like Badal Riley is like watching a film with a bad ending. I feel you on that because he boxed well versus Masterneck. He was landing some good single, like sharp counters. He was boxing well behind the jab. And he was just waiting for that moment for him to open up and try and throw like a 3-4-5 punch combo to get something going, but it never really came. And I feel like there's a lot of fights like that now, where boxers are kind of boxing, doing the bare minimum kind of thing to win a fight. I know what you're saying. I get it. I do get it. A lot of American fighters are like that these days. Listen, man, I think American boxing's in a bad spot. Like, there's still talent there, don't get me wrong. Like, one kid I do like, I really do like Abdullah Mason. I think he's a really fun fighter. I really enjoyed his fight with Sam Noakes. I thought that was a great fight. He's a fighter who just fights in the right way. I like watching Boots Ennis, by the way. I've been disappointed with the last sort of year or so of his career. But in terms of like watching him fight, I think Boots Ennis is good to watch. Virgil Ortiz is another one who's good to watch. Like, America still has really good fighters to watch. They still have talent. But I feel you, man. There's a lot of fighters in America who are like that. Let's go for a piss, guys. Hang on. Ugh. Haney is Terry Flanagan with a marketing push. I feel you on that, man. I feel you. He's like a better Terry Flanagan, basically. Okay, predictions. Akole versus Yoka. I've got Akole. Miller versus Pero. I think Pero. Inoue versus Nakatani. Inoue. Ramirez versus Benavidez. Benavidez, but it'll be a harder fight than people are expecting. Wardley Dubois. I've got Dubois. Keyshawn over Albright. Hergovich over Allen. Usyk over Verhoeven. Bivol over Efert. And Smith Puelo's a fight I need to think about. Puelo's a good fighter. He ran Matias very close. He's fit. He's strong. He's durable. He's tricky. He's awkward. He can spoil. He can fight on the inside. He can roughhouse. Puelo versus Smith. That's a hard first defense for Dalton. Puelo's a good fighter. You got to give him credit. And I know it's mandatory. He's got to take it. But we see a lot of fuckery in boxing where fighters avoid Mandos. You got to give credit for Dalton. You got to give credit to Dalton for taking that fight because it's a dangerous one. I don't think Puelo's an easy fight. He upset that Russell brother. Is it Gary Antoine? He's a good fighter, man. Listen, I'll put it this way: regardless of how I pick, the pick I put out there for you guys, regardless of how I pick, I will bet on Puello. I would bet on Puello. I'm not saying he wins. Like, I might say I might think about it and pick Smith, but I feel like the odds on Puello, and considering his ability, he's very live in that fight. He's very live in that fight. It's a big homecoming for Dalton Smith. There's going to be a lot of pressure. You know, he's built up the expectations after that win over Subriel Matias. Now he's home. Now he's coming back home to Sheffield against a very dangerous guy in Puello. Dangerous in the sense of, like, he's a banana skin type of fighter. The crowd is going to be raucous. It's going to be bouncing. First bell goes, everyone's going to be on Smith and, you know, bigging him up and cheering, and it's going to be electric. But if Puello starts well and slows down the pace, messes Dalton Smith around, it becomes a frustrating fight. We've seen these sort of fights before, man. If he can quieten down that crowd, Smith starts bad. And Ben Smith plays into the fact that the crowd are not singing. They're not up for it. He's trying to get the crowd back into it. He's taking more risks. He's getting more ragged. And a sort of like an operator like Puello can then take advantage. I think it's a very dangerous fight. I think it's a very dangerous fight for Dalton Smith. To the point to where I really have to think about it. Because I'm not expecting him to knock out Puello. If he knocks out Puello, I'll be very impressed, put it that way. Like, bullshit UK stoppage aside, if he legitimately stops Puello, I will be surprised, but impressed. I've got Ennis over Zayas, personally. Late stoppage, all points. Yeah, Winky Wright was a good fighter, man. Very good high guard. It's too early for Leo Atang versus Moses, to be fair. It's too early. Like, Leo Atang, I don't even know what to make of him. It's just way too early, bro. He's not fought beyond the 6-rounder. Co-main's good too. Do you think Galal Yafai is good enough to challenge Ricardo Sandoval, or is he damaged? Well, that's going to be the question, right? After that fight last time out where he got whooped. But obviously the guy failed a drug test afterwards. But he took a lot of punishment in that fight, Galal Yafai. The issue is, I think Ricardo Sandoval is a really good fighter. I remember when he came over years ago and beat up Jay Harris, and I was really impressed with Sandoval. And I was shocked that he lost to David Scrappy Ramirez. I felt he beat Ramirez, actually, I think, if I remember rightly, but I like Sandoval. I think he's got a lot of talent. And I think Ricardo Sandoval knocks out Galal Yafai, personally. I think he beats him. Because, yeah, when Sandoval came over and done the number on Jay Harris, I was singing the guy's praises. I really was. And Benny took that loss to David Jimenez is who I meant to say. He took that loss, and I wonder whether I jumped the gun on him, but I think he's a very talented fighter. Really good win last time out over Ken Shiro. You know, that fight was given a split decision, but it wasn't. He won that fight clearly, in my opinion. That was a really good win. I think he'll knock out Galal. I think he'll knock him out, mate. Do I want to see Callum Simpson versus Ben Whittaker? Not really, I've got to be honest. So Ben Whittaker's fighting in America next on the undercard of Xander Zayas, I believe. If I was Eddie Hearn, for the American opponent, I would say Khalil Ko. I don't think Khalil Ko is great at all. Khalil Ko blew the weight in his last fight against Jesse Hart. He looked terrible, but he got the decision. If I was Eddie Hearn, I would say to Khalil Ko, listen, you looked awful in your last fight. You blew the weight. I'm giving you one more chance. You're going to jump in there with Ben Whittaker. We'll see what you can do. And that's what I would do. I would have Khalil Ko versus Ben Whittaker in America on the undercard of Xander Zayas, Jaron Ennis. I think Ben Whittaker beats Khalil Ko. I don't think Khalil Ko is good at all. And after that, I would have Ben Whittaker come back in the autumn and fight Craig Richards, maybe. This is exactly what I think, Lieutenant Frank. Everyone seems to think that Conor Benn is limited with a limited IQ, but maybe he knows he's limited too and is orchestrating a few big money fights before getting out of there. That's what I think he's doing. He's limited IQ in terms of like in ring, but I do think he's relatively switched on outside the ring from like a business sense at least. And I think he's realistic enough to know he'll put on the bravado, but I think he's probably realistic to know that he's limited. And he's just trying to secure the bag. That's what I think, bro. I think we're already on Conor Benn's retirement tour, basically. I pretty much see it the same. I think he realizes if he can make a lot of money and if he can fight for a world title on top of that, that's a bonus. But he's looking for the money, you know? I think he wants the Ryan Garcia fight. That's the fight that makes sense to me. I don't blame him. He's kind of played a blinder, Conor Benn, really. I think he's played a bit of a blinder. Say what you want about him, but yeah, Ben Whittaker to me looks like he's a fighter who's still adapting to his style, and I think under pressure we'll see him come unstuck. But with proper management, he'll have time to become a champion. Yeah, the issue is with light heavyweight. I mean, Beterbiev, by the time Whittaker gets to title level, if he gets there, Beterbiev's going to be retired, right? And there's only going to be Bivol. So maybe by that stage, the belts have become fragmented and maybe he can pick up a title, you know? Yeah, 100%. I think he'll target the Ryan Garcia fight next. And should he get that, that's a big payday. I don't think he wins it, but, you know, if he loses that, he can go to 154. He can rebuild again, get another big title shot. So I think that's it, really. I think that's it. I think that's what he's planning to do. Just secure the money, secure the bag, and get out of it. And if he could win a world title while doing that, that's going to be like a bonus. That's going to be the cherry on the cake, so to speak. That's going to be the cherry on the cake. And then he'll do like the celebrity circuit kind of thing. That's what you'll see from Conor Benn. You'll see Conor Benn in 8, 9, 10 years time on like, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. You'll see him on like talk shows. That's what Conor Benn's going to do. He's gonna follow that sort of route. But you can't blame him. You can't blame him. He's taking advantage, I guess, of the opportunities that are out there for him. And that's all you can do, really, isn't it? I'm not a big fan of him at all, but I feel like the whole Eddie Hearn thing was a bit overblown by boxing fans, personally. Saying that, he owed Eddie Hearn and shit, but like I say, Eddie's thrown people under the bus as well. Like with O'Hara Davis, he's like the perfect example. When he released O'Hara Davis for talking about the Sun newspaper, which is crazy when you think about it. The thing is, though, Jared, is with Zuffa boxing, they're changing what they say every other day, bro. If they feel they could make that fight, I feel like they'd make it. With Ryan Garcia, it's too big of a fight not to make for Zuffa. If Zuffa could get Ryan Garcia to agree to that, and then they have like the lead role on the promotion, they would do that, bro. Regardless if Ryan Garcia signed or not, I think they would do it. Zuffa needs to put on big shows. That's for reality. The issue with Zuffa right now, for me, I've liked some of the things they've said, and to be honest, aside from like the last card, the first 4 cards I actually liked to varying degrees. I liked things about those cards. But the issue with Zuffa is the mixed messaging. 1 minute, they're totally going to ignore sanctioning bodies. Then they're signing fighters who want to fight for sanctioning body titles, and when those fighters sign, they're still talking about fighting for sanctioning body titles. They try their best to keep the IBF on the line for Opetaya's last fight. 1 minute they say, we're not going to work with these other guys, you're either with us or against us. And then the next, they'll say, yeah, for certain fights, we'll work with people. The issue with Zuffa right now is there's no clear mission statement for me. I think that's the biggest issue with Zuffa. There's no clear mission statement. There's no clear direction. 1 minute is one thing. The next, they'll then compromise on it. They'll then go totally against it, what they just previously said. That's the issue with Zuffa right now. I want a cohesive mission statement from Zuffa in regards to what they want to do, where they want to get to, and how they want to do it. But right now, it's mixed messages with Zuffa. I think the sanctioning body thing is not a great hill to die on for Zuffa. The sanctioning body argument's been something that's been raging on in boxing for many, many years. Many, 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 many years. And I feel like it's become kind of like the midwits argument, I'll be honest. I agree with like the criticism towards the sanctioning bodies in regards to, not enforcing the rules consistently. They'll bend the rules for one fighter and be strict on another. You'll see terrible mandatories. You'll see a lack of unifications. We all know the issues with sanctioning bodies. They've caused a lot of issues in boxing. But getting rid of sanctioning bodies in boxing in 2026 is a terrible idea. Because if there's one dominant force within boxing and sanctioning bodies are pushed to the side, it's not good, because we live in an era now where Fighters fight once a year, twice a year, if you're lucky. So if you've got one dominant organization where these guys are fighting once or twice a year, there's going to be so many talented guys who never get a chance to fight for a title. They never get a chance to get their name out there. If they're a dangerous guy, like Kovalev, before he fought Cleverly, like, who would fight Kovalev voluntarily without him becoming a mandatory? Nobody knew who the fuck he was. Nobody knew what he was about. His first 18 fights, he never made a penny. That was the story with Kovalev. Like, he drew nothing. Absolutely nothing. So if you have a situation where there's no sanctioning body belts and there's just one overarching organization controlling boxing, you'll never see a guy like Kovalev. You'll never see a guy like Golovkin. Because at least with sanctioning bodies, these sort of guys who are dangerous and unknown, they can get ranked, and then maybe they can get a Mando shot and become a champion, and then they can actually get in there and become relevant. But with one overarching organization that controls everything or has like a big degree of power, that's going to be terrible for boxing. I keep hearing about these arguments against multiple sanctioning bodies, but I don't hear an alternative fucking solution. It's become a fucking just a cheap talking point. It's like boxing would be worse if there was one world title in 2026. It is just that simple. With the amount of times these guys fight in 2026, boxing would be worse with one belt. Not even a discussion. It's not worth a discussion. Isn't even worth a discussion. I love the idea of there being one champion in one division. I get it. It's not viable. It's not realistic. Do you want there to be just one belt at welterweight when the champion fights once a year? Are you crazy? It doesn't make sense. It logically doesn't make sense for there to be just one title. That's the way boxing is now. I don't like it. Like I say, I would love for there to be one title, one champion, one name. I get it. I'd love it, but it's not viable anymore, guys. It's not viable. It just isn't. Yeah, I hate so many belts, but agree that it no longer works nowadays. Trying to get rid of sanctioning bodies, yeah, but there's arguably a need to stop there being any more. I agree. Like, I agree. Listen, 4 belts is enough. I get it. But there's people out there. My point was, there's people out there who are saying that basically the sanctioning bodies need to leave boxing. But my point is, what's the alternative? Like, it's not that I agree with you. Like, there shouldn't be any more. But like, people are saying that the current sanctioning bodies like WBC, IBF, WBO, WBA, they need to leave boxing. It's like, if they do, like, let's say we dissolve every single one of these organizations tomorrow, what happens then? Like, there's going to be so many fighters who are dangerous, who are talented, who will never get a look in. Because one thing about these organizations that they do is they generate opportunities for fighters who are dangerous, who are good, but who are not well known. So you see, like I say, you see a guy like Osles Iglesias a couple of weeks ago, being highly ranked in the IBF for a while at 168. Dangerous Cuban, big puncher. He recently won the vacant IBF title at super middleweight. A guy like him would never get the opportunity under a one belt system or like a one organization system because he doesn't generate anything. So I understand the critique for all these sanctioning bodies. I hate some of the things the WBC have done. IBF, WBA, WBC. I hate the shit, some of the shit that these sanctioning bodies have pulled. But I don't see the alternative when guys are fighting once a year. I don't see it. I feel like if you have a one belt system or a one title system, these motherfuckers have got to be fighting 4 or 5 times a year. That's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. People are living on cloud cuckoo land if they think that's going to happen. Because that's what you need to happen if you want a one belt system. You need the champion to fight 4 times a year, maybe. Minimum. And yeah, UFC is just one company within MMA. Boxing is boxing, right? There's different promotional outfits, but these different promotional outfits and their fighters fight for the same titles. So that's what you got to consider. But yeah, I don't think the one belt system will ever work. I think it's a talking point that, quite frankly, in 2026 needs to die. It's not relevant. It's not realistic. It would actually be worse for the sport to get rid of sanctioning bodies. I know that's an unpopular take because all these retard podcasters like Adam Catterall, people like that, they will say it's become a talking point. Oh, there's all these sanctioning belts. Who's the real champion? Okay, listen, I wish we could do a fucking simulation where it's 100% realistic. One belt versus the current belt system in the current era. How does it pan out? Yes, Iga, 100%. Yeah, 100%. The people who employ... And again, I say that as someone who, again, I really dislike a lot of what the sanctioning bodies do. Four belts plus the ring is too much. But anything less, there's 3 is too little. Anything less than 3 is too little. But even the ring now, it's like... It's hard to know how to sort it. It's hard to know what the right answer is, but all I'm saying is I don't think a one belt solution in 2026 is viable. I think it's just I just don't think it's viable, guys. I don't think it's viable. Because if you have like a commercially viable champion who sells out, like who can sell out a 40,000 seat stadium, who's doing good pay-per-view numbers, and then you have a really dangerous contender like a Kovalev regenerated, like a regen Kovalev. Do you think that guy's ever gonna get anywhere near a title in that kind of like environment? It'll be worse. I'm telling you, it'll be worse. There'd be so many really dangerous fighters who don't get shots because they're dangerous and they don't sell. It'd be worse under a one belt system. 100%. 100% it'll be worse. That's not to say we can't criticize the sanctioning bodies as of right now, because they do need to do better. They need to be more willing to put on unification fights, to have better rankings, to be more fair across the board. to implement their rules when it comes to mandatories and whatnot. They need to do better. There's no doubt about it. This is not like a defense of their behaviors, but I just think they're needed personally. And that's a conversation that has frustrated me in the last 6 months or so, primarily since Zuffa have really become a thing in boxing. I like certain elements of Zuffa, like I've said, but I'm not convinced about ignoring sanctioning bodies, and it feels like they're trying to force a change in boxing that I think would be negative for the sport overall, long term. Yeah, there's this as well. In other sports like snooker, golf, tennis, the governing body are clearly in control of the sport, but in boxing, the fighters and promoters control the narrative, yeah. And unlike other sports as well, boxing has essentially bought and paid for media. You know, at the start of the stream, we was basically talking about media members in the UK who were basically propaganda pieces, propaganda pushers, the propaganda arm for Daniel Kinahan with MTK. You know, a propaganda arm for a drug pusher. That's a reality. That's the type of journalism we have in boxing. And that's the kind of issue with the sanctioning bodies. They'll have a mandatory for God knows how long, and they won't enforce it. So yeah, I'm not saying the sanctioning bodies are perfect, but I just feel the alternative is it's not that I think it's even worse. I think it is worse, but I don't even think it's realistic. I don't think it's worth a conversation. Genuinely, rip IFL. Yeah, shout out to Coogan. Shout out to Coogan Cassius. He might be sweating right now. I still haven't got an answer. Like, can that guy actually enter America right now? Is he still banned because of his associations with Daniel Kinahan? Crazy work, man. It's crazy work. I mean, I'm surprised. If I was Dana White, I would throw a few fucking shekels at Coogan Cassius. He'd push the narrative. He'd push the narrative. Yeah, WBC. I mean, they are notorious for like holding up Mandos. Like even when Jamal Charlo was champion, I swear he held that belt, the middleweight belt, for like 2-3 years without even fighting. It's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. He'll be back, I'm sure. He'll be back. Yeah, Coogan started a good thing. He was a pioneer in regards to what he did, but he never evolved. He got lazy. He took the MTK drug money, and listen, he's made his money regardless. If he's smart, he's made his money, and is what it is. Like, but he should be investigated, as far as I'm concerned. He should be investigated because essentially that's what he was in the grand scheme of things. He was the propaganda arm for MTK, a company in which was run by Daniel Kinahan, a drug trafficker. It's Wilder. It's Wilder against Zhili Zhang. Because that's the thing about the Daniel Kinahan situation. It wasn't like it was a situation where the guy made his money illegally and nobody knew, and he just came in and then it was eventually exposed. That wasn't the case. Like, Daniel Kinahan, the Kinahan family have been spoken about for years and years and years and years and years, way before he was even in boxing. And the fact that so many public figures in boxing would just bend over, willingly work with him, praise him on camera is crazy. Like, there has to be investigations into these people, particularly in regards to where money has been transferred. Because what's the legal situation if you were, maybe you weren't aware, but you were potentially aware, or you were potentially aware that that money may have been dirty or have been the proceeds of organized crime? What is that legally? Like, because everyone knew what the guy was accused of. So if you're a guy like Sam Jones, for example, or Matthew Macklin, for example, and a whole host of other people, like, and you took money from this guy, where does that leave you legally? Like, you've got plausible deniability. He wasn't charged with, he wasn't arrested, he wasn't found guilty, and there's a lot of questions to ask here, man. This should be a bigger story than it is. It should be a bigger story than it is. Sam Jones was nobody. Where did he come from? Like some fucking random used fucking car salesman from Derby. That's what I think, Jared. So, like, the fact that Daniel Kinahan, such a notorious individual, was able to waltz into boxing the way he did and operate at the highest level, the fact that he was able to do that, you don't think there's more covert operators working within boxing who have made money through illegal means? These guys are in boxing, man. We may not know who they are. They may be more covert than a Daniel Kinahan. But I'm telling you, there's so much fucking dirty money in boxing. There's so much dirty money in boxing. I mean, let's be honest, the Saudi regime, like, we have to go there. Like, I understand, countries, they develop and they progress and, they get better with human rights records and shit like that. They've got they may be bad at one stage and they may, they'll try and get better and shit. I get it. But, like, listen, that regime has... we we've had Kadyrov, the Chechen leader, putting on Ruslan Shagayev fights. Like this is not new, man. But like we have the high profile names, but like underneath that, I'm telling you, there's going to be so many guys who run money through boxing and on the lower levels and beneath the surface. Like the whole scene is probably full of dirty money. You think in Mexico, like there's not some fucking cartel affiliates laundering money and whatnot. Like exactly, who the fuck is Spencer Brown? Who is this guy? He looks like an extra out of fucking Snatch. Who is this guy? I'd never seen this guy until 2 years ago. Now he's all I see. Who is this guy? Who is he? Yeah, listen, man. It's all sketchy, man. It's all sketchy, and that's another big problem with boxing. It's this whether it be like drug money from Kinahan or money from sovereign states like Saudi Arabia, or money from investment groups like Wardley and Reed with PBC, or Len Blavatnik with DAZN. We have all this external money getting pumped into boxing, but it takes the liability away from promoters. You know, boxing is unsustainable, man. Like boxing as a business is totally unsustainable because they're spending so much of other people's money for ulterior motives. Nobody knows what any fighter's worth anymore, but the purses are inflated. They're still inflated now. It's not as bad as it used to be, maybe. But, I mean, having said that, with Saudis, it probably is. And people wonder why fights don't happen. I've been saying this for years. Been saying it since PBC. When Leo Santa Cruz, why is he not fighting Rigondeaux? Why would he when he's getting paid $1 million to fight Jose Cayetano? You fucking idiot. And again, that's that, like, exterior money, investor money, Waddle and Reed. It's not Al Heyman's money. He finessed those people. All this external money, all this investor money, all this sovereign state money, all this drug trafficker money. Bro, the boxing fucking economy is a fucking mirage. It's fake and gay. Like, there's a handful of stars who can draw. That's it, man. Most of these guys ain't worth a wank. That's it. That's a reality. Do you think if boxing was purely down to what you drew, what you generated, like even a guy like a Devin Haney, he'd be lucky to get above $1 million for a fight. I'm telling you. If it's purely about selling tickets, if it's purely about pay-per-view, Devin Haney against a run-of-the-mill top 10 guy who's like world ranked but not like a Ryan Garcia. If he's fighting that sort of guy, he'd be lucky to draw $1 million. That's a reality. He can't sell. That's a reality. Like 95% of these world level boxers are overpaid. The fact that Demetrius Andrade ever saw $1 million means he was overpaid. It's not the promoter's money. It's Len Blavatnik. It's Len Blavatnik's money. It's fucking Saudi Arabian money. It's Waddle and Reed money. It's Daniel Kinahan drug money. Most of these guys ain't worth shit. That's the truth. That's been the truth for 10 years. Ever since PBC started, that's basically been the boxing economy. Other people spunking money for whatever reason. To get their foothold in a sport, like DAZN, to sports wash, like Saudi, to wash money, like DK, you know, to build a profile, to build a platform like DAZN. The promoters haven't had much liability in the last few years, man. They're spending other people's money. The boxing economy needs to collapse. It needs to collapse. Has to collapse. How many pay-per-view buys do you think Teofimo versus Shakur did? Because I enjoyed the performance. I was excited for it. I'm a boxing fan, but that fight wasn't trending on social media. I was actually shocked how little that fight did trend. I was shocked. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody. To me, listen, man, for me, the boxing economy's been fake for a long time. It's been overinflated for a long time. And still it's been propped up by other people's money. So we'll see, man, how long this is sustainable. We'll see. I'm surprised it's lasted this long. I am, but we'll see. My point is, there's very few fighters in boxing who you can genuinely say draw money, who can sell out an arena, who can do decent numbers on pay-per-view. There's very few fighters. Very few. There's fighters who can do tickets on a regional level. But in terms of viewing figures, in terms of pay-per-view, there's not many. There's not many. There's Canelo. There's AJ. Tyson Fury. And there's a few sort of like guys underneath that who do all right. But we're talking like 10 fighters maybe, if we're pushing it. So I think the best thing to happen to boxing, or the most poignant thing that could improve boxing, isn't about sanctioning body belts. It's not necessarily about promoters. It's more so about external investors cutting their interest in boxing. Because then the promoters have to get creative. Then we'll see who sells, and then we'll see what the actual landscape is. Because right now it's a mirage. You see guys get pushed as stars who aren't stars. Shakur Stevenson isn't a star. Devin isn't a star. You know what I mean? Like, it's a totally fake landscape. Boxing. It's totally fake. It's almost like a fake sport at this point, isn't it? So I am for the financial collapse of boxing. That's what I think is what is needed, a financial reset. The Great Reset is what we need in boxing. We need the Great Reset, guys. That's what we need. We actually need a Great Reset in boxing. Because imagine these guys, Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, PBC, Golden Boy, etc., have to go it alone again without this fucking external money, without investor money, which has only really been a thing in boxing like for the last 10 years or so, since PBC basically. Imagine all these guys didn't have that to rely on. Then it's about business again. These promoters have to actually run a business and actually not rely on external money. Then we'll see who can sell. and who can't. And that would be better for fans because the fighters who can actually sell are the fighters who are going to appeal more. But right now, we're getting pushed with fighters who are boring as fuck, who are negative, who cheat, who rely on politics. If it's a pure system where it's purely about what you draw, then it's going to be fairer than what it is right now. Because right now it's not going to be fair totally because the fighter who draws more is going to get the rub of the green. But right now it's like you get fighters who suck, but just because a network pushes them, they get the rub of the green. So I'd rather the latter. I'd rather the prior. Sorry. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know how long this Saudi investment's going to go on for. Anyway, we'll see what happens with the situation in the Middle East. It seems like they're going to pull their funding for golf. That new golf league they're trying to do. It seems like they're pulling funding for that. Is that going to follow suit in boxing? We'll see. If it continues the current situation, who knows? Who knows? Because ultimately, if they can't attract tourists to their area because of what's going on with Iran, Israel's war with their lapdogs America, then people are not going to want to. They're not going to want to go to Saudi, are they? So then, at that point, what's the point putting on these events? What's the point spending to advertise Saudi Arabia if nobody's going to come? What's the point? Interesting times we got coming up. We got interesting times coming up. Operation APAC Fury. Bro. Operation APAC Fury. That's going to be next, maybe. Maybe we're going to get Benjamin Netanyahu fucking bankroll Queensbury or Eddie Hearn. These guys are that shameless, bro. I'm telling you. They'll take money from anybody. They took money from Daniel Kinahan. You don't think they'll take money from Benjamin Netanyahu? A guy who's destabilized the region for God knows how long. And it's had knock-on effects for the whole world. Killed God knows how many kids. They'll take money from that guy, by the way. You'll see fucking Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, etc. They'll take money from him. Crazy work, man. Crazy work. That's boxing for you. But Eddie will be kissing the wall. Frank would be. Crazy work. Picture Fury with one of those hats. Who do you reckon will be quickest to sell out in that situation? I can see, like, Sam Jones fits that shit, by the way. He'd be straight. He'd be fucking bumping and grinding on that wall, by the way. Sam Jones. Sam Jones would be, bro, he might get a fucking restraining order from that wall, by the way. Sam Jones would be, he'd be more rock hard than the wall. Crazy, man. At least, but at least Coogan can travel to Israel, I guess. At least he's not banned from Israel like he is from America. Maybe he'd be allowed back into America if he kisses the wall. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Am I? Am I? Yeah, all of these guys would though, wouldn't they? In boxing, I think the last few years have really shown that. I think the last few years have really shown that the custodians, the stakeholders, and the power brokers in boxing just don't have the sport's best interests at heart. And you understand that, like people are out to make a buck. I get it, but there's levels to it, and it's so shameless. I think it's just a symptom of modern day society. Hate that term, end stage capitalism, but it kind of feels like that, man. It kind of feels like that. Such a midwit term, innit? But anything for a pound note. I never understood it. If you had a certain amount of money to the point to where, regardless of what happens, you're always going to be okay. I've never understood how at that stage you can still sell out for reprehensible people. I've never understood it. I understand it like it's different. Not that it's right, because it isn't right, but like if somebody comes from nothing and has nothing and then they do what they do to make that money, it's understandable. But like if you have that money and you continue to sell your soul to sell your soul to those types of people, I don't understand it. Surely like a good night's sleep is worth more. When you've got multi-millions in the bank and you still sell your soul to these types of people, mate, I'm probably naive, man. I'm probably naive. I just don't understand it. I can't get my mind around it. Because if I had enough to buy a house outright and a couple of $100K in the bank, I know that's not set for life, but you've got a degree of autonomy at that stage. I don't know, maybe I'm too fucking idealistic. It definitely cost me, but I don't know, man. I'd rather sleep easy. I'd rather sleep easy. That's I don't know, man. I don't know. I'd rather sleep easy. But what am I? I'm jabbering on now, and I'm jabbering on. Ben Shalom definitely has a cult going on. Yeah, bro. He's a strange guy. He won't be in boxing, I don't think, in 2 years' time. I'd be surprised. He blew that Sky Sports deal, and his roster of fighters is getting thinner by the day. I don't think he'll last, mate. I don't think he'll last. I don't think he'll last. He's a poor promoter. Sky Sports would have been better off giving that gig to somebody else, honestly. Like, you meme at him, you laugh at him, but like Mick Hennessy, say what you want about him, but he knows boxing. He knows boxing. Even a guy like a Steve Goodwin, like Ben Shalom is just, he couldn't sell sand to an Arab. Sorry, he couldn't sell water to a thirsty Arab. Yeah, I think Ben Whittaker, the best you'll see from Ben Whittaker is maybe Craig Richards. Not the next fight, because he's fighting in America next, Ben Whittaker, but he'll fight some scrub in America. And I think maybe the best you'll get from Ben Whittaker this year is Craig Richards. I don't mind the Craig Richards fight, but I don't understand the point in this America adventure. That makes sense to me. It don't make sense. Not right now, anyway. Not right now. But yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna wrap it here, guys. I'm gonna wrap it. I've had a couple of beers now, so I'm a bit wavy. I'm a little bit wavy. I need to go to bed though. Got tomorrow off, but I need to get my hair cut in the morning. So yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna catch you when I catch you. Have a good rest of your week. Stay safe, stay positive, be lucky, all that good shit. And I'll catch you very shortly. Take care, guys. Peace out.